Podium Audio presents Reno Gates and John Taylor Bishop, Dangerous Deception, Book 4 of a Reno Gates Western, written by C. Wayne Winkle, performed by Cliff Miller. 1. When will you ever get it right? Caleb Tate asked this question of the man he considered his lieutenant, Lonnie Dixon. This time, his voice remained quiet and controlled. The previous 2 times Dixon was called on the carpet, Tate ranted and raved at the top of his lungs for 10 minutes. If anyone dared ask Dixon, and if he'd been honest about it, he would tell them the quiet, controlled Tate scared him more. He had been standing in front of Tate for a half-hour this time, listening to his boss go over and over the qualifications he wanted, no, demanded, in a future First Lady. Dixon knew to just stand there and take the criticism. This is the 5th woman you've brought to me, Lonnie, and none of them have been anywhere close to the type of woman I want as my First Lady. One of them was too skinny. The next one was dumb as a fence post and wouldn't stop crying. Now this one is absolutely fat. Look at her. The others were equally bad. Dixon dutifully glanced over at the half-naked woman lying on the couch against the wall, sobbing quietly. He'd suspected the woman wouldn't be what Tate wanted, but she was the one his men brought in. After a single glance, he turned his eyes back to his boss. Now, I'm not going to insult your intelligence by telling you, again, the type of woman I want. And I know, Lonnie, it isn't your fault that your men are so incompetent they can't find a woman suitable for me. But still, you are responsible for them. I want something done to the man who brought this miserable excuse for a woman to me. It's already been handled, boss, Dixon said, his voice rumbling from deep in his chest. Tate walked over to the window, looking out over what he called the plaza in front of the building he considered his capital. A man hung from a thick limb of an oak tree there. His arms were stretched over his head, a rope tied to them and leading to the limb. His toes barely touched the ground. Is that him? Tate asked as he gazed at the man, his voice almost bored. Yeah, boss. He was in charge of the patrol that caught the woman. Tate turned from the window. How did they catch her? Not that it makes any difference, I'm just curious. He told me she and a man, her husband probably, were in a wagon headed east on the Beale wagon road. They had broke down, and the patrol found them, killed the man, looted the wagon, and took her. So, probably nobody's gonna come after her? Tate glanced at the woman for a second, then turned back to his lieutenant. Probably not, boss. Dixon waited for a long minute for Tate to say anything else. When he didn't, Dixon asked, What do you want to do with her, boss? Give her to the men? Then go out and find me a suitable woman? Dixon had been with Tate ever since the end of the war, when Tate decided to head into the wilderness around the Zuni Mountain and set up his own little kingdom. They had fought off Navajos who thought their being there would bring disfavor with their gods. After 4 major attacks, which they fought off, the Navajos only raided them about once a year, when the young warriors felt they needed to prove their rights to be called warriors. He helped Tate build the great house he called his capital and the smaller cabins, houses, and buildings around it. He'd listened to Tate ramble on about setting up a new state with him as the head. Now he worked at trying to find him a suitable First Lady. He didn't particularly like the kinds of men who came to live in the area and work for Tate, but they needed men to make sure they stayed safe. Dixon feared they would also need men later, if the U.S. government learned what Tate was up to. 2. After saying goodbye to Reno's friend in Oregon, me and Reno started on our way. At first, it seemed to me like we were riding east and a little south. Honestly, it didn't matter to me where we went. I just liked being with Reno. But, curious like I was, it seemed good to know what my uncle had in mind, so I brought it up as we rode. Reno, where are we headed now? We rode through some beautiful country. Mountains around us, lots of wildlife to see, air that felt like a drink of cool water on a hot summer day flowing into my body. There's nothing to complain about that I could see. Does it matter where we're going? Reno asked, a sort of half smile on his face. Well, I don't guess so. I'm just curious, that's all. Uh-huh. Still with that little smile on his face, Reno went on. How much do you like cold weather? I mean, real cold weather. Well, I gotta admit, I don't like it a whole lot, unless there's a place to hold up until there's a break in the cold. Reno seemed to be thinking for a minute, gazing out across the prairie we rode over. I started to say something else when he began to speak, still looking out over the country. Did I ever tell you how cold it gets in Montana? Without waiting for an answer, he continued. I heard tell at one time in the winter in Montana this feller had to go pee real bad. Now, most of the time, those old fellers who stayed in Montana in the winter had a chamber pot or something, so they didn't have to go to the outhouse in the cold. But this time, the feller's chamber pot was frozen. He turned his head and looked at me. Most of the time, from what I heard, those fellers would fill up the pot, then dump it outside real quick. Sometimes they'd set that chamber pot outside and let everything freeze. Then they'd just chip it out with a chisel or a knife. About that time, I was beginning to get a little frustrated. A long story wasn't what I wanted to hear. I just wanted to know where we were going next. What's this story got to do with where we're going, Reno? Are you telling me we're going to winter in Montana? Now, just settle down, Will. I'm trying to make a point here. I know he was enjoying stringing that story out just to rile me. That little smile never left his lips. He raised his face to the sky like something up there was giving him inspiration. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. This fella was needing to pee real bad. Well, like I was saying, his chamber pot was frozen. So he knew he either had to hold it or go outside where it was something like 20 below zero. He held it and held it and held it until he couldn't hold it anymore. So he decided he wouldn't go all the way to the outhouse. He'd just step outside and let it fly beside the cabin. He put on his heavy coat, but couldn't button it up 'cause he'd have to unbutton his pants and everything to do what he needed to do. Well, when he stepped out the door, he knew he'd made a mistake, but he had to go real bad. There wasn't any putting it off any longer. He got everything unbuttoned and started making his water. When he looked down, he saw that his water was freezing solid no more than 2 inches after it came out. Now that's how cold it gets in Montana in the winter. He never so much as looked over at me once he was finished, just rode on along with his face set to the front. I didn't much believe that story, but he told it so well that I wondered some of it was true. Finally, it came to me that it was probably like the story some of the cowboys back on that Texas ranch told about jackalopes. Just something to go on with tenderfeet about. I don't know if I believe that story or not, I said, but that's not the kind of winter I want to go through. Reno turned toward me with a sort of shocked look on his face. Why, I swear, that story was told to me as the honest truth. Why wouldn't you believe it? Because I know you, Reno. You're likely to tell me anything, thinking you can convince me that it's the truth. Now, where are we headed?" He grinned then, and I knew I was right about the story. It is a good story, though, ain't it? I thought we'd head south and beat the winter weather that's coming. We'll take our time and mosey on down towards Santa Fe. How's that sound to you? Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Why didn't you just say so the first time I asked you? And miss all the fun I had telling that story? Reno laughed at that. 3. At the time Reno and Will were leaving Oregon, Angelina Bishop pulled off the apron she wore as she baked an apple pie for her husband John in Santa Fe. After hanging the apron on a peg driven into the adobe wall of their casita, she walked outside to find him. "I'm going to the general store to get more sugar," she said when she stopped beside him as he ate a piece of the pie. "I'll get any mail we have to." "Okay," Bishop replied around the pie he had just shoved into his mouth. "I'll be right here." She leaned down to kiss him on the cheek. "Be sure not to eat all of that pie before I get back." He swallowed and said, "I don't make any promises. Your pies are almost too hard to resist." "Do your best," Angelina said. "At least save a piece for Jessie." As she walked the few blocks to the general store, she felt the first chill in the air from the approaching fall weather. None of the leaves on the trees around town had begun to change yet, but that wouldn't be far off. Like always, when she walked in the sun, she felt warm, but in the shade it was cool. Cooler than usual now. Some of the people who walked to the stores and cantinas around the plaza wore jackets for warmth and not just as fashion. Several people spoke to her as she walked. Having lived in Santa Fe for all of her life, except for a couple of years back during the Civil War, almost everyone knew her. Angelina pushed through the door into the general store. A little bell above the door signaled that someone had come in. The man who ran the store was busy with another customer, so she just waved when he glanced her way. She found some new things that had come in on the last stage and was looking them over when the man came up to her. "Angelina, it is good to see you again. Señor Muñoz, you are looking well now?" She knew he had been very sick with a fever that made the rounds through Santa Fe some time ago. "Yes, I am much better. Now, what can I get for you?" "I need some sugar. I used the last of what I had to make an apple pie for John." Muñoz nodded. "I will get that for you. And a letter that came for you on the stagecoach yesterday afternoon. I was going to bring it to you, but I got really busy." Did he mean a letter for her and John, or just for her? It had been a long time since Angelina had gotten a letter. She wondered who it could be from if it was sent just to her. Muñoz came back with the sugar in a bag and the letter in his other hand. "Here you are. I will add the sugar to your account." He handed both of them to her. "Thank you, Señor Muñoz." Angelina took the sugar and letter out to a wooden bench and sat down. When she looked at the letter, it was addressed to her specifically. Carefully, she opened the letter and read it. Halfway down the single sheet of paper, her heart rate had doubled, and a feeling of dread began building like a steel ball behind her breastbone. When she reached the bottom of the letter and saw who signed it, she knew she was about to face a difficult time in her life. After rereading the letter, she sat on the bench for several minutes. How could she do what was asked of her in that letter? How could she tell John that she needed to go away for a while? In those few minutes, sitting there, she formulated a plan that required her to lie to her husband, the most important person in her life. It would be the hardest thing she'd ever done, lying to John, but it had to be done. With a deep breath, she stood and walked back to their casita. Bishop still sat in the chair out in front of their casita. She walked right up to him, trying to appear relaxed and calm like always. He watched her come down the short street from the one that connected to the plaza. "John," she said when she got to him, "I got a letter from my aunt over near Antelope Spring in Arizona. She needs my help. She and her family are sick and have a lot of sheep that need someone to watch them. I have to go and help her for a little while. I hope you don't mind." He stood and took her in his arms. "Of course I don't mind, Angelina. Your aunt needs you, so you need to go. Do you want me to go with you to help with the sheep?" "No, John. You stay here and help run the store. I'll be gone for 10 days or so. You and Jessie can get along without me for that long." "I'm sure we can," he said, holding her tight. "But I don't want to. You'll be sure to be careful, and don't catch whatever they have." She smiled at him, then followed him inside to begin packing. It hurt her heart to lie to Bishop, but it was something she had to do. The next day, she and Bishop stood outside the stage station at the edge of the plaza. She only had one bag with her. When Bishop questioned her about only one bag, she explained that she only needed one good outfit for travel because she'd be working the rest of the time. It was something he seemed to understand. A few minutes later, the stagecoach headed for Albuquerque rolled into the plaza. She would catch another stagecoach there and head on to Antelope Spring. "I'm going to miss you," Bishop said, holding her tight. "I'll miss you too, John." Angelina hoped the tears just behind her eyes would hold off until she was on the stage and headed south. 4. At the end of the day, the stagecoach Angelina rode on rolled into the stage station in Albuquerque. As she climbed down from the stage, the driver told her and the rest of the passengers, "Folks, this is as far as this stage goes today. If you're headed west, the stage leaves in the morning, early. The southbound stage leaves out later tomorrow. The man inside can help you find a place to stay the night if you need it." Angelina collected her bag and walked into the station. At the counter, a man was helping a couple find a hotel nearby for the night. When he finished with them, he looked over at Angelina. "What can I help you with, ma'am?" "I need to cash in my ticket, please." She held up the ticket that would take her on to Antelope Spring the next day. "Change your mind, ma'am?" the man asked as he got busy with the paperwork. "Something like that," she said. "Where can I buy a horse?" The man raised his head from working on the refund, his expression one of concern. "Tonight, ma'am, it's nearly dark, and if you don't mind my saying so, you might want to think about how dangerous it is on the streets at night." "Yes, I'm aware of the danger," she replied in a confident voice. "Just where can I buy a horse tonight?" She knew the man would remember her because of the unexpectedness of her question, but that shouldn't be a problem. No one should be coming around asking questions about her. The man gave her directions to a livery stable only a block from the station. Angelina thanked him and walked out of the door. It had been hard to hide the .45 caliber Derringer from Bishop as she was packing since he was there helping her. But she accomplished the task. Now she carried it in her right hand and her bag in her left. She had no trouble finding the livery stable. At first, the hostler thought she was joking when she told him she needed to buy a horse and saddle, but he quickly found just the horse for her when she showed him just a peek at the money she carried along with the Derringer. 15 minutes later, nearly at full dark, she rode away from the livery stable headed out west of Albuquerque. As she rode, she again fought off tears as she thought about deceiving Bishop. An hour west of Albuquerque, guided by a full moon, she saw a campfire off to her right. That was the signal she was supposed to look for. Reining the horse toward the fire, she stopped short and called out, "Hello, the fire. I'm a late traveler. Can I ride in?" "Late traveler or not, come on in." That was the correct exchange of phrases she was to use. If anyone answered differently, she would have immediately galloped away. An older man stood beside the fire, a pistol in his hand as she rode into the light. You must be in a hurry to get somewhere traveling this late.
Yes, I have an important meeting to get to.
Once again, the correct exchange of phrases. The man nodded, put his pistol in the holster, kicked dirt over the fire, and climbed into the saddle. Let's go. We've got a ride ahead of us. She followed the man as he rode on west. As tired as Angelina felt now, she knew there would be little, if any, rest for what was left of the night. She called on all of her inner strength she had to stay awake and in the saddle. The ride wasn't especially long, but it was rough. In the light of the moon, she saw they followed no real trail. The ground was broken up by arroyos and ravines they had to navigate. She had to depend on the man leading her to know the land and the way they had to go. After what seemed like several hours, but was probably less than she thought, the man with her pulled to a stop. She could barely make out a tall mesa beside a small river. At the base of the mesa, no more than 30 yards away, stood a cluster of boulders that had fallen from the sides of the mesa over the years. The man gave a low whistle that was returned from within that cluster of boulders. He turned his horse toward the boulders, and Angelina followed him. When they got to the boulders, another man emerged into the moonlight. "Hello, Angel," he said. That's what she was called when she worked for him before.
Hello, Colonel Dyson,
she said as she dismounted. He came forward, holding out a hand for her to shake. Dyson had always been the formal army officer when dealing with her. It was one of the things about him that she respected.
It was a surprise to get your letter,
she said as she shook his hand. Yes, I imagine it was. Dyson paused for a second before continuing. You understand I wouldn't have contacted you if it wasn't important.
Yes, I do know that. So, what is it you need from me? Your letter said to expect this to take at least 10 days.
Yes, at least that long. You know how these kinds of missions can go. Dyson turned and led her into the boulders. Let's sit here and I'll fill you in. I think we can have a small fire and heat up the coffee I made earlier.
Good. I can use some coffee.
Once they were settled, Dyson went on. This mission is a lot like what you did for us in the war. We need you to spy on a certain man, Caleb Tate, and let us know what he's doing. He apparently is up to something here in New Mexico. He built a small town and has been gathering men to him. We need to know how serious a threat he may be. We sent 2 men into the town to try to find out what is going on, but we've heard both of them were killed when they were found out. He's right in the middle of the Zuni Mountains. Part of the Navajo reservation is close by. We don't want to start up another Navajo war. There are too many settlers in the area now. From there, he can control 40 miles of the Beale Road if he wants to. That's a main road for our military transport, so we're concerned. Angelina had been sipping the hot coffee they'd warmed up over a small fire.
Why do you think I can do any better than those 2 men?
We have a man in the town who hasn't been discovered yet. He will be your contact to get information back to us. You'll recognize him because he wears a patch over his left eye. He has told us Tate is trying to find the perfect woman to be his first lady. We think you can get into the town and get noticed by him as a potential first lady. He has been sending out patrols of men to find women for him. They've taken women from stagecoaches, wagons, and isolated ranches. At least we think that's what's happened to the missing women. We'll put you back on the stagecoach headed west and hope Tate's men stop it.
Angelina took all of this in quietly as she sipped her coffee. Lowering the cup from her mouth, she asked, So you're hoping this Caleb Tate will want me for his first lady? How do I get out of that town once I've found out what you want to know?
We will come in and get you, Dyson said, confidence in his voice.
Angelina studied his face over the rim of her cup, at least as much of his face as she could see in the meager light of the small fire. She knew Dyson wouldn't lie to her. If he said the army would come in and get her, she knew he would try. For several seconds, she stayed silent. On the inside, she was thinking rapidly. What would John think about me doing this? He does not know anything about what I did for the colonel during the war. I have not told anyone about those 2 years. Would he understand that this is something I should do? I know the colonel said he would come and get me once I have found out all I can. But how can he do that? I will have to rely on myself to get out of the town, I know that. How can I keep this Caleb Tate from taking me as his first lady if it gets that far? What will John and Jessie do if I do not come back? John is strong, he can survive, and I know he will take care of Jessie. All these questions, but when it comes right down to it, I must do this mission. It is important to my country. All right, she said then. How do I get back on that stagecoach?
Dyson seemed to give a sigh of relief. That's all worked out. The stage stops to change horses a little way from here. You'll board it again there. We don't know if Tate's men will stop the stage, but someone will be watching. If they don't, you'll get off at Antelope Spring, then board a return stage there to give him a second chance.
Angelina nodded. All right. We probably should get started for that stage stop.
Dyson reached out and put a hand on her arm. I know this is a dangerous mission, Angel, but there's no one better suited to do it than you.
Angelina inclined her head at the compliment. I'll do my best, Colonel. I always did.
Dyson nodded,
a touch of sadness, or maybe fear, in his eyes. He stood and helped her up. By the time he and Angelina were on their feet, the man who had brought her there was beside them. 10 minutes later, he and Angelina were riding south and west to get to the stage stop. Behind them, the first light streaks of the rising sun showed themselves over the hills to the east. As she rode, Angelina thought about the dangers involved in the kind of mission she was on. But most of her thoughts involved Bishop and what he would do if she didn't succeed. 5. Over the next several days, me and Reno crossed what I thought was a lot of almost desert country. He told me we were in Nevada and headed for Utah. That's where that Great Salt Lake is, ain't it? Excitement filled my voice at the thought of seeing that lake that we only passed by before.
Yeah, that's where the lake is, all right,
Reno said. Something in his voice told me what was coming next.
But we'll be crossing Utah way too far south to go see it. I'm sorry, Will.
That's all right, Reno. I reckon I can see it another time, maybe. Reno was quiet for a moment, then said,
I'll tell you what, Will. After this winter is over, we'll make a special trip back to Salt Lake City just so you can see that lake. How does that sound?
I grinned at him. That sounds just right, Reno. It'll give me something to look forward to. When we got into Utah, we started seeing a lot more trees. The country around us got more mountainous too. Before long, we got to what was called the Wasatch Plateau. It was real rugged country all cut through by canyons that looked like where God must have drug his fingers through the earth as he was making it. We rode around the bottom of a high mountain that had snow on its top already, then came to what Reno called Muddy Creek. When we topped a good-sized hill, I could see smoke rising from a stand of trees in the distance. Smoke up ahead, I said to Reno as I pointed it out to him. He focused on that smoke for a few seconds and said,
Yeah, that's too much smoke for a campfire, and not enough for the trees to be on fire. Must be that trading post I've heard that's on this creek. There used to be a lot of trappers in this part of the country, so someone built a trading post for them so they wouldn't have to ride all the way into Salt Lake City to sell their pelts and get the supplies they needed. We need to stop anyway. We need a few things.
Like some canned peaches? I asked with a grin. Reno loved canned peaches.
Yeah, like some canned peaches.
He grinned back and nudged his horse in the ribs. We rode on down following that smoke until we could see the building that must have been the trading post through the trees. It was built low to the ground with a long sloping roof that reached up pretty high. Reno said that was for the snow to slide off it in the winter. When we got to the building, I saw it was made of peeled logs that had weathered into gray. It didn't have much in the way of chinking between the logs. They were fitted so smooth. Hitched to a tree outside was a mule that looked at us with disinterest as we rode up. Over at one side of the trading post, a wagon stood with 2 horses hitched to it. We tied our horses to a couple of trees on the other side of the building. It didn't have a porch, but did have a sort of roof out over the open front door. Inside, the same smells hit me as in nearly every store like it we'd been in. Leather goods, some spices, the good smell of burning pine from the black pot-bellied stove in the middle of the long room, fresh coffee that had just been boiled, and just the faintest smell of bodies that needed a bath. A few tables scattered around the room held clothing, canned food, some knives, powder and shot for those who still used older rifles, and a few kitchen items that women might need. 5 people stood at the tables looking over the goods. 2 men stood at the back of the room, one on one side of a long counter and the other facing him across the counter. The one on our side of the counter seemed to be trying to talk the other one into something. I saw all that in a quick glance. My attention stopped on a young woman who looked to be about my age standing at one of the tables. She wasn't quite as tall as me, had sort of red gold hair, and wore a dress that fit her just right. Best of all, she was looking at me with 2 of the bluest eyes I remembered seeing. I guess I must have stopped in my tracks because Reno came back to me. "Easy, Will. Remember Grace?" On our way to Oregon, me and Reno met another girl who could have been this one's sister. We'd had to bury her and her family later after somebody killed all of them and robbed their wagon. That memory sort of put a damper on seeing this other girl. But not for long. I followed Reno onto the counter, keeping the girl on the edge of my vision the whole way. Glances stolen at her showed her glancing at me too. At the counter, we could hear what the man on our side was trying to talk the other man into.
"Now, all I'm asking is a little bit of coffee and some bacon, Roscoe,"
the man said.
"You know I'll pay you when I hit that vein."
"Woody, I've given you all I can. You still ain't paid up your tab from last month. I just can't do it anymore."
"But I know I'm close. I can smell it. And you know I can smell gold."
"Nope, not gonna do it, Woody." The man behind the counter turned to Reno. "What can I get for you, sir?" Reno told the man what we needed. As I stole more glances at the girl with the red gold hair, I noticed the man called Woody walk over to a chair beside the stove and sit down. Then I saw Reno step away from the counter and over to the man. "My name's Reno Gates," he said. "I heard something about you being a miner. Is that right?"
"Yep. Got a claim not too far from here, and I'm close to hitting pay dirt, but I'm out of supplies."
"How much do you owe Roscoe?"
$4.30 for the last month's supplies."
"Come on with me." Reno motioned for the man to walk back to the counter. When they got there, Roscoe stood behind our supplies stacked on the counter. Reno dug into his pocket and pulled out a $20 gold piece. "This should cover our supplies, what Woody owes you, and some for supplies for him now." "You sure you want to do this, mister?" Roscoe asked. "You ain't likely to get any of this back." "Yeah, I want to do it. Woody needs a grub stake, so there it is."
"Thanks, mister. I'll pay you back. You can count on it."
Woody was almost in tears. "When you strike pay dirt, Woody, just leave some of it with Roscoe here. I'll be back through this way someday, and I'll pick it up then." Reno picked up our supplies, and we walked on out to the horses. Along the way, I looked at that girl real close. She had a sprinkle of freckles across her nose that I thought were real pretty. Then we were out the door. "Why did you do that, Reno? Why did you stake that miner like that?" Reno finished putting our supplies on the pack horse we had with us before he answered me.
Everybody with a dream ought to be able to follow it, at least for a little way will. What I did, let Woody follow his dream for a little way more. It was a good investment.
I ain't sure you invested that money, Reno. It looked to me like you gave it away.
Even if I don't get any gold from it, I still got the good feeling of doing something for somebody else. Now let's get on a little way farther before we camp.
When we stopped later to set up our camp for the night, there's something that I had to ask Reno. Did you ever have a dream you followed, Reno? He was pouring his coffee when I asked him that, for it seemed like a long time he kept his head down after his cup was full. I thought maybe I shouldn't have asked the question.
Yeah, well, I did,
he said then.
I dreamed of having a ranch and a family.
I remembered then. And that was what you had down in Mexico, ain't it? He still hadn't raised his head to meet my eye.
Yeah, I had that and more. And then it was taken away from me.
That's when you went after those bandits that took it away?
Yeah.
He paused for a long moment.
But that didn't bring back my dream.
Then he raised his head and faced me, tears glinting in the light from the fire.
Nothing would bring back my dream, Will.
But at least I had it,
and got to enjoy it for a while.
That's why I staked that feller back there. And now we're going down to Mexico to look at your dream again?
That's part of it, yeah. But I want you to see that country down there too. It's beautiful, and I can look in on my wife's grave.
I nodded then, not saying anything else. I knew Reno was letting himself drift back into that dream again.
6. You wanted to see me, boss? Lonnie Dixon walked into Caleb Tate's office without knocking since the door was open. One of the men had found him and told him to get to Tate's office as soon as he could. He was surprised to see his boss dressed in rough range clothes and strapping on a pistol.
I'm going out with your next patrol, Lonnie, Tate said as he buckled the pistol belt. I'm going to go out with you until we find the right woman for me. There was nothing he could say other than,
Okay, boss.
But Dixon seethed inside. He knew Tate wouldn't come back to town until they found the right woman, and that would surely put the other men in a bad mood.
We'll leave in about 15 minutes. The rest of the men are just finishing up their breakfast. 15 minutes later, Tate, Dixon, and 4 other men rode away from the town and made their circuitous way from the mountain town. Tate had drilled it into the men that he wanted no one to know exactly where their town was. They would head toward the Beale Wagon Road in the hopes of stopping a stagecoach with an acceptable woman on it. The Beale Wagon Road was established in 1857 as a trade route from Fort Smith, Arkansas to California. The road became very well traveled by people headed west for California because it cut off nearly 300 miles of the journey to the west coast. Until the coming of the railroad in the 1880s, Beale's Road was a major route west. That made it popular with cattle drovers, sheep herders, travelers, and outlaws who preyed on them. It was a good hunting ground for those who wanted what others had, whether that was gold, livestock, or people. So that was why Tate claimed a portion of the road as his hunting ground. He led the patrol of his men a little north of east to a spot about a half-day's ride from his town. There, on top of a rise that commanded at least 2 miles of the road, he pulled to a stop. "We'll wait here for the next stage," he told Dixon when his lieutenant came up to him. "Have the men get something to eat, but no fires. We don't want to give away our position to anyone down on the road." It was a little amusing to Dixon that his boss still sounded like the Army officer he was during the war, but he simply nodded and got the men off their horses and settled in for a while.
He knew there was a stage station about 3 miles to the west. The closest one to the east was at least 20 miles away. When the stage came through where they waited, the horses would be tired and everyone on the stage ready to stop, even if it was only long enough to change teams. It should be relatively easy to stop the stage on the road and see who was on it. If nothing else, they could rob the passengers of their valuables. The rebellion, as he called it, could always use money. Dixon, unlike his boss, called what they were doing a rebellion. After all, Tate's goal was to establish a separate part of the state of New Mexico with himself as its governor or president or whatever he decided to call himself. They would answer to no outside authority. In fact, Tate had already talked with representatives of the government of Mexico who were interested in supplying him with goods and services after he set up his separate government, at least as long as those goods didn't include military weapons. They had no intention of starting another war with the U.S., only with interfering with the U.S. by recognizing and trading with Tate. All of that political stuff was something Dixon thought about, but not anything that was that important to him. What was important to him was staying in Tate's good graces so he'd have a position in this new state or whatever it would be. And in order to do that, he had to help find a suitable woman to serve as his first lady. 7. After leaving that trading post in Utah, me and Reno headed a little south of east, riding through some beautiful mountain country. Before long, we crossed into Colorado. It was there we got caught in an early snowstorm and had to hole up for a day. We'd camped in between 2 real high mountains that we could see to the north of us and to the south. It was wild country. We hadn't seen another person in a few days, but Reno said there were still trappers in the area. One morning when I got up, Reno was studying the sky to the northwest. "What is it?" I asked him after I rolled out of my blankets. "Those clouds look a whole lot like snow," he replied, not taking his eyes off the clouds. "And they're coming in pretty fast. I reckon we ought to skip breakfast for a bit and find a good place to get under cover." "Ain't it early for snow?" I stomped into my boots and began rolling up my bedding. "Never too early for snow up this high. We're up at least 8,000 feet. Might be we only get rain, but there'll be snow on top of those mountains before noon, I'd bet." We got saddled up and on the way in a short time. "Keep your eyes open for any kind of an overhang or cave. Some place we can stay in and keep the snow or rain off. Any rain we get will be real cold, and I'd just as soon wait it out as ride in cold rain," Reno said. An hour later, a cold wind hit our backs. Reno lifted his head and took in a deep breath. "Snow's coming, like I said. I can smell it." I took a deep breath too. Something like a sort of tang in the air must have been what he was talking about. I had no doubt he knew about things like that. Less than an hour later, I felt the first wetness kiss my cheek. Only minutes later, small flakes of snow were dancing in the air around us. Reno turned and looked back at me with an "I told you so" expression. I just nodded and buried my neck down under the collar of my coat. Pretty soon after that, he reined his horse off to the left, and I followed. Up a little bit in front of us was a shallow cave. When we got there, the cave was just big enough for us and our horses to get out of the weather. "Start bringing in wood for the fire," Reno said when we dismounted. "I'll get the horses settled, then come and help you." Together we pulled in a lot of downed limbs and such, piling some of it under the shelter with us and leaving the rest close by. That whole time the snow was falling harder and harder. Soon it was too dangerous to go very far from our shelter because we couldn't see the way to get back to it. Our tracks filled up with snow almost as soon as we made them. "How long do you think this'll keep up?" I asked Reno while he started a fire. "Hard to say,
but usually early snows fall hard, then melt away in a day or so. We've got supplies, so we should be okay if we take it easy with them."
That snow lasted the rest of the day and began melting as soon as the sun came up the next morning. We were able to get going again in the middle of the morning. Reno began taking us more south when we started again. Nights were always cold high up in the mountains of Colorado, and the temperature was already beginning to drop at night more than usual with the coming of fall and winter. I hadn't been too concerned about where we're headed, but I know Reno had some place in mind. One night, beside a warm campfire in the San Juan Mountains in Colorado, I asked him about that. "When are we going to head south, Reno?" He'd made sure to tell me not to call him Uncle Reno, but just Reno. He reached over, grabbed the coffee pot, and refilled his cup before answering. When he sat back against one of the boulders around our fire, he said,
"I was thinking we might turn more to the south pretty soon. Head down to Albuquerque, maybe by way of Santa Fe, then on down to Mexico. You know I have a ranch down that way, don't you?"
"Yeah, you told me about the ranch you had, but I didn't know you still had one and don't know where it is down there." Reno sipped his coffee before he spoke.
"It's on the eastern side of the Sierra Madre Mountains. We'll go almost straight south from Albuquerque, cross the border, and ride for a bit over 100 miles. My ranch is on the banks of a little river town there. It's a beautiful place."
In a quiet voice, I asked him, "Is that where you lived when you were married?" He stared into the fire, probably remembering those days. A few moments later, he said,
"Yeah, we were real happy there."
Reno got real quiet then, and I almost regretted bringing his marriage up again. I started to say something, maybe apologize, when he lifted his head.
"We better get some sleep now, Will. Still got a long ride ahead of us."
Frost covered the ground and my ground cloth when I opened my eyes the next morning. Sometime in the night, I must have pulled the ground cloth up over my blankets for more warmth. A glance over at the remains of our fire showed nothing but ashes, I thought. Looking at it a little closer, I saw a real thin tendril of smoke curl upward from the ashes. That told me a tiny ember still remained down under those ashes. Another glance showed Reno still rolled up in his blankets and ground cloth. He didn't move, so I figured he was asleep. Once again, I looked at that fire. Right beside it was a small stack of branches and some pieces of wood that could be used to get that fire going again. But that meant I'd have to crawl out of my warm bedroll, go to the fire, and try to get it going, all the time sitting in the cold. I really didn't want to do that, but that fire wasn't going to start itself. Finally, I mumbled under my breath about having to get out of my warm bed, pushed the blankets aside, and stepped over to the fire. As soon as I was out from under those blankets, the cold covered me like I'd jumped into a river in the middle of winter. Only a few seconds later, I was shivering. Gently, I brushed aside the ashes that covered what I hoped was a good ember just waiting for more fuel. When I saw the little red spot winking down among the ashes, I pulled over a little bit of fluff rubbed off of a larger stick of wood. Placing that over the ember, I bent down and gently blew on it. Like I hoped, that ember flared up in the fluff, so quickly I laid some small sticks on top of the flame, careful not to put it out. Gradually, the flames caught the sticks on fire. After arranging some larger pieces of wood over the fire, I hurried back to my blankets. Along the way, I noticed that Reno had pulled the blankets back from his face and was grinning at me.
"You did that real well, Will. Thanks for getting the fire going for me."
I had some choice words I wanted to say to Reno, but I held my tongue. We had oatmeal sweetened with brown sugar, along with bacon and hot coffee that morning. It was a good meal that would warm us up inside and stay with us for a while.
"We're out of sugar now,"
Reno said,
"and low on coffee. There's a little community just south of the New Mexico border where we can probably stock up. It's a good day's ride from here. We might even get a meal there that we don't have to cook."
The sun was just cresting the mountains to the east when we were in the saddle again. It seemed like we'd been riding since the day Reno showed up at the ranch to get me. We'd been up through a different part of Colorado, then into Wyoming, down to Salt Lake City, over to California to see the Pacific Ocean, up to Oregon, and now back in Colorado. Along the way, we'd run into a lot of trouble here and there. I'd learned some things about myself and Reno, but figured I'd learned a lot more before we were finished traveling. There was a lot I still didn't know about Reno, but I thought I'd find out more as we kept on going. It was almost sundown by the time we rode into that little community Reno mentioned. The trail we picked up when we crossed the border into New Mexico became the single street through the community. Like a lot of towns with Spanish influence, there was a central plaza. This one had a well in the middle of it where the people all got their water. A small church surrounded by a low wall dominated one side of the plaza. Directly across from it, a building served as a cantina and cafe. Right next to that building was one that was a sort of general store. On another side of the plaza was a blacksmith shop and a small building with open sides. Reno took us to the store first. We bought the coffee and sugar we needed, as well as a couple of cans of peaches. Reno loved peaches. I noticed an old woman who sat over against one wall of the store staring at me. I nodded and touched the brim of my hat, but she didn't move. Then I saw her old eyes were covered in something almost white. I knew then she was blind from whatever caused that milky whiteness. Next door, we got a small table at the back of the room. The man behind the bar came over to us.
"What can I get you, man?"
Reno answered him.
"We'd like something to eat that we don't have to cook. We've been on the trail for a long time."
The man nodded and grinned.
"We have the best green chili stew in town, plus some beans and rice."
"That sounds real good, and I'll have a beer." He nodded toward me.
"My partner will have coffee."
I was glad he ordered coffee for me. Beer just wasn't something I'd had developed a taste for. While we waited for the food to come, I saw the old woman from the store come into the cantina. She stopped just inside the door and seemed to be looking around the room. Maybe she wasn't blind after all. Then one of the men in the room walked up to her and spoke in what I thought was Spanish. She answered him, then both of them turned and looked at us. A glance at Reno showed me he noticed the woman too.
"What's going on, Reno?"
"I don't know.
Let's see what plays out."
A minute later, the man who spoke to the old woman led her through the tables and over to us. From the way she walked, I could tell she was blind for sure. When they stopped at our table, the man with her said,
"This woman has the reputation of being a holy woman. She says she has something to say to you."
He looked right at me when he said that. "Will you ask her to sit with us?" I said, getting to my feet. The man asked her something in Spanish, but she shook her head and started talking. The whole time she looked right into my eyes like she could see. When she finished, I asked the man, "What did she say?" He told me.
"She said a blessing over you. She said you will need it in something you have to do soon."
The old woman turned then and made her own way through the tables and out of the door. I just watched her with cold chills marching their icy fingers up and down my back.
8. Angelina and the man escorting her, a man whose name she never heard, rode the short way to the stage stop. They stopped next to the little adobe building with a corral full of horses behind it that made up the stage stop. When the stagecoach stopped there, it would only be there for 10 to 15 minutes, only long enough to change teams and for the passengers to get off the stage, stretch their legs, and quickly use the outhouses.
"I'll leave you here,"
the man said. He pulled some money out of his pocket.
"This is enough to pay for your horse and saddle."
The colonel said he's already taken care of you getting back on the stage when it comes." He paused, as if he had something else he wanted to say, but didn't know how to say it. Finally, he sighed, then said, "Good luck, ma'am." Then he was gone. And Angelina stood in the shade next to the building with her single bag. She knew there was another man there who took care of the horses, but he never came out to talk to her. Once in the middle of the morning, he came to the door of the adobe house and offered her a cup of coffee. Just before midday, the stagecoach rolled up to a stop in a cloud of dust. 15 minutes, folks," the driver said as soon as the stage stopped rolling. Two men climbed stiffly down from the stage and hurried around to the back of the station. The man who gave Angelina the coffee brought a fresh team around from the corral while the driver unhitched the tired team. Angelina climbed into the stagecoach and seated herself. The driver saw her and nodded. When the two men came back to the stage, they just stared at her for a few seconds after they climbed back aboard. A minute later, the driver slapped the reins on the team's rumps, and the stage started rolling with a jerk. The stage rolled along in the dwindling morning coolness, dust billowing up under the horses' hooves and the constantly turning wheels. Angelina considered lowering the cloth curtain over the window next to her, but decided not to. She wanted fresh air so she wouldn't have to smell the cigar one of the men lit up. She watched out of the window as a landscape rolled past. Mostly flat landscape, but there were some mesas that lifted straight up from the ground on either side of the road. As the morning gave way to afternoon, the stage stopped at 3 more stations to change teams. Angelina stayed on the stage through 2 of the stations, but had to get down and stretch her legs at the 3rd one. For the last half hour or so, she'd noticed the land changing a little. There were more hills and rises for the horses to pull the stage through. She noticed the horses being unhitched at the 3rd stop seemed a little more tired than at the other stops. As she lingered close to the stage, she heard the man who helped the driver change teams talking. "Remember, this next stretch is a little longer, and there's that one place only a couple miles before the next station where there's a long incline. You might want to take it a little easier on the horses through there." The driver spat a long stream of brown juice, most of which hit the ground. "Yeah, I remember. It don't look like much of a grade until right at the last. I'll be sure to watch the horses through there. I don't want to be accused of ruining a team like Bill was last year. He almost got fired for that." Then it was time for them to climb back aboard. The man who smoked the cigar climbed on in front of Angelina, but the other man offered her a hand in getting up the steps. She gave him one of her best smiles. She could tell when they got to the place the men were talking about. The stage slowed just enough for her to notice. A glance at the 2 men riding with her showed neither of them noticed. She turned and watched the landscape go past again. 2 miles farther ahead of the stage, Dixon walked quickly to the rock where Tate sat, chewing on a strip of jerky. "There's somebody coming this way on the road," he said when he got to his boss. "Might be that stage that usually comes by here about this time." Tate responded, talking around the jerky he'd just chewed off the strip. "How far away do you think it is?" "About 2 miles, I'd say. I spotted the dust, but couldn't make out what was making it." "Okay." Tate chewed the jerky some more. "Get the men ready. If it's the stage, we'll stop it. If it's a wagon or something else, we'll take a good look and then decide." Dixon nodded, then started telling the men to get everything together and follow him to the rocks beside the road. 10 minutes later, they were in position. "It's taking that stage a long time to get here," Tate said after a few minutes passed. "That driver smart," Dixon replied. "This is the top of a long grade. He's saving his horses and taking it slow, but they'll still be tired when they get here." One of the men who had been sent back along the road to make sure it was the stage coming rode up then. "Boss, it's the stagecoach, coming right along. Maybe 5 minutes out." Angelina had been studying the terrain the stage passed through. There were more spots where large rocks rested really close to the road,
Some larger hills lay off to the south of the road also. If anybody's going to stop the stagecoach, it should be along here, she realized. Those hills would give them a place to hide, then get away. And they could wait in these boulders, then ride out in front of the stage and stop us. She turned slightly so she could see ahead of the stage. A little wind blew from the south, the side she looked out of, and blew the dust raised by the stage away from her face. As she watched ahead of the stage, she caught a flash of sun reflected off of something only a few yards ahead of them. The horses were walking up the slope by then. "All right," Tate said as he peeked around the edge of a boulder and watched the stage approach. "Let's stop it." With that, he slapped his heels against his horse's ribs and was nearly unseated when the horse lunged out onto the road. Dixon and the other men were right behind him. Dixon fired a shot in the air and shouted, "Stop the stage! Stop the stage!" The driver of the stage hauled back on the reins, yelling, "Whoa, whoa there!" It didn't take much to get the horses stopped, since they were only going at a walk. Once the horses were stopped, the driver lifted his hands in the air. "Don't shoot! We ain't carrying nothing but passengers." Dixon's men knew what to do. 2 of them rode down one side of the stage, and 2 rode down the other side. All of them had pistols in their hands. Tate and Dixon waited at the front of the stage until the men surrounded it. Tate spoke up. "All right, driver. Wrap the reins around that brake and climb down. Just be real careful, and you won't get hurt." Inside the stage, the 2 men with Angelina grew agitated. One of them lifted his coat, showing a pistol in a shoulder holster. He started to pull it out. "Do not do that," Angelina said. "If you do, those men might start shooting in here and kill us all." The man glared at her for a second, then lowered his hand and let his coat fall over the holstered pistol. She sighed in relief. Tate rode down one side of the coach, leaving Dixon to watch the driver. "All right, folks." He spoke to the passengers in a voice like that of a tour guide or something. "Time for you to all climb down out of that stage. We don't want to hurt any of you. Just get whatever valuables you have. You can be back on your way in a few minutes." The man who had been smoking the cigar opened the door and climbed down, the cigar shaking in his mouth so much that he nearly dropped it. The man with the pistol climbed down next, careful to keep his coat down over the pistol. Then Angelina climbed down. When Tate saw her, his mouth fell open and his eyes grew wide. He knew as soon as his eyes landed on her that she was the woman fit to be his first lady. The other 2 men with him on that side of the stage also saw Angelina and stared at her. That's why they didn't notice the man with the gun pulling it out. Before anyone could react, that man shot one of the men with Tate. The surprise of the shot caused all of the horses to start rearing, snorting, and trying to get away. The man who was shot falling under their nervous feet didn't help the horses any. That confusion gave the man another chance to shoot. This shot hit the other man with Tate in the arm. Then Tate got control of his horse and shot both of the men from the stage. Angelina had stepped off to one side as all of that happened, so she was out of any direct danger. But in a gunfight in close quarters, anything can happen, so she had the presence of mind to duck behind a boulder and out of danger. Dixon hurried back to Tate, the stage driver coming with him. "What happened?" he asked when they got to the still nervous horses. "One of those men had a gun and shot these 2. Tate waved a hand at the men with him. He didn't know their names. "The one on the ground is dead. This one just has a flesh wound." Dixon turned his gaze from the 2 dead passengers and his dead man over to Tate. Without either of them saying anything, they knew the driver couldn't be left alive to tell who did the killing. Tate shifted his pistol over to cover the driver, then shot him in the chest. Angelina saw the killings and wondered if that would be her fate too. She'd seen how the men looked at her as she climbed down from the stage. She was used to those kinds of admiring looks, but this was altogether different. Would these men simply kill her,
or they use her first, taking turns as they did, then kill her. She grasped the derringer she carried and promised herself to use one bullet for the first man who tried to rape her, then the second one for herself. Then she thought, maybe this is Caleb Tate, the man I'm supposed to spy on. He and his men are supposed to be stopping stages and taking women with them. I hope that is what will happen here.
A moment later, Tate glanced around.
Where is the woman? Where is she?
What woman? Dixon asked. He hadn't seen Angelina.
The woman who's on the stage. Where did she go? Find her.
Tate's voice grew more shrill with each word. The wounded man spoke up.
I saw her duck behind that boulder, boss.
He pointed at the boulder where Angelina hid. Dixon reined his horse around and walked it over to find Angelina standing behind the boulder.
Come out of there, woman,
he commanded her. Angelina stepped out and walked toward Tate. She only glanced at the dead men. For a long moment, Tate stared at her. Here, at last, was the woman he wanted as his first lady. He imagined her in a fancy gown standing beside him as other people applauded them. This is the one, he told Dixon. This is my first lady. Let's get back to town. 9. Several days later, John Taylor Bishop stood on the open patio in front of the casita where he lived with Angelina and Chessie. Dawn was no more than a gradually lightening promise in the eastern sky. He'd been standing there for almost an hour after being awakened by a very disturbing dream. For some time after the war, Bishop hadn't slept well because of dreams about the things he'd seen and done in the war. But this one was different. This one was about Angelina. He'd really missed her in the days she'd been gone. Thoughts about her occupied his waking time. Some of his thoughts had to do with what she hadn't told him about this sudden trip. For example, she'd never said anything to him about having an aunt in Antelope Spring. That was close enough for them to have gone to visit her if he'd known. And she didn't tell him the aunt's name either. But most of his thoughts about her involved how much he loved her and missed her and wanted her back home. That made the dream especially disturbing. In the dream, Angelina was standing at the edge of a cliff, dangerously close to the edge. She was looking right at the edge and leaning toward it as if ready to take a step. That step would be just enough to take her over the edge and off the cliff. Bishop had no idea what lay below the drop-off, but felt like it was a fatally long fall. In the dream, he tried to call out to her but couldn't speak. Somehow she must have known he was there, though, because she turned, looked right at him, and smiled. It was that smile that he loved so much. But then the smile faded, disappeared, to be replaced by an expression of sadness so complete it was as if she knew she'd never see him or Chessie again. Then she stepped off the edge of the cliff. That's what woke Bishop, and what had kept him awake for the past hour. He'd tried to tell himself the nightmare was just that, a nightmare, one brought on by him missing Angelina so much. But it didn't ease the feeling that something else was behind it, the feeling that his wife was in some kind of trouble. Bishop had already decided what he would do. Now he was just waiting for the livery stable to open, along with the stores he'd need to visit. He was going to find his wife. Normally, Bishop wouldn't base his actions on a dream, but in his gut he knew this was not an ordinary dream or nightmare either. Somehow, Angelina was communicating with him that she was in real danger and needed help. Why she would need help like the dream suggested when she was going to help out her sick aunt, Bishop didn't know. He only knew that's how it felt to him. While he waited, he went over in his mind what he needed to do. First, he had to get Streak from the livery, along with a pack horse, one that his mule got along with reasonably well. Then he needed to arrange for Chessie to stay with Angelina's grandfather for a while.
After that, he would go to the general store and get the supplies he would need for an extended trip. Thinking about these things, he figured he could be on the way south for Albuquerque in an hour. That was the logical first place for him to go, since he knew Angelina had boarded the stage for Albuquerque. From there, she was supposed to get on another stage, headed west for Antelope Spring. As things turned out, it was the middle of the day before he left Santa Fe. The first problem he encountered was when Streak walked out of the livery barn and into the corral behind it. All of the horses and other mules there quickly walked to the far corner of the corral, giving Streak a lot of room. It took half an hour to find a horse that Streak wouldn't try to dominate. After that, he had to come up with some kind of reason for Chessie to stay with Angelina's grandfather. When he mentioned her aunt in Antelope Spring, her grandfather said she didn't have an aunt over there. That news almost floored Bishop. Why did Angelina lie to him? What was going on? What was she mixed up in? Had she decided just to leave him and Chessie? Leave them and go somewhere else? But where would she go? Why would she do something like that? They had not had any trouble between them. In fact, everything had been nearly perfect between them, so she had no obvious reason for leaving them. So it was something else. Something that Bishop was now convinced was dangerous. After leaving Chessie in the cantina, he went to the general store to buy supplies. It seemed like every housewife in Santa Fe was in the store buying what she needed for her family that week. He waited through 3 of the women haggling over the price of beans before it was finally his turn. Even though he'd sold his half of the business to his partner 6 months before, he waited his turn. When he told his former partner what he needed, he had to come up with another story about where he was going and why. By the time he got everything he needed and got it loaded on the pack horse, the morning had disappeared. The sun was high in the sky when Bishop got Streak headed out of town toward Albuquerque. 10. Reno and me took our time traveling from that little community in northern New Mexico. We rode through a lot of mountains and saw a lot of wildlife. At one place, Reno took us along a trail that followed the side of a mountain for several miles. He rode like he had a particular place in mind that he wanted me to see. After 4 or 5 miles riding through tall pines and firs, seeing elk grazing on open meadows along the way, I could see an opening ahead of us. We rode down out of the trees, and the entire country opened up in front of and below us. Reno pulled to a stop and gazed out across the open country. "Well, the people who live around here call this the Valles Caldera," Reno said as he looked out toward the distant blue mountains. "I've heard it's what's left of an ancient volcano. Some professor from back east came out here and did some exploring, decided that's what it is. Sometime back in history, it used to erupt and cover everything for miles around in lava and ash. Now, I'd had some schooling before my family died and Reno came along, so I knew what a volcano was and what it could do, but I never thought one would be as big as what was right in front of my eyes." "You mean this is what all that hot rock and stuff would come out of? How far across is this thing?" Reno pointed to the mountains directly across from us. "Those mountains out there are more than 10 miles away. They are what's left of the rim of this volcano. All of the mountains around this were once the rim of the volcano. And look down there." He nodded toward the grass that covered the land below us. "Way down there, some animals of some kind milled around, eating the grass. They look smaller than ants." "What are they?" I asked. "I can tell they're some kind of animals, but I can't make them out." "They're probably elk, and maybe some buffalo grazing on the grass in the bottom of the caldera. Kinda gives you an idea of how deep this thing is." "I sure hope it don't explode while we're here." Reno grinned. "I doubt we'd feel a thing, because the eruption would be so big." "Could we run fast enough to get away from it?" He shook his head. "Doubt it." "Well, let's get going.
I'd like to get to Santa Fe by tomorrow. You've never tasted good food until you've had some of the food down there."
As we rode away from that place, I looked back over my shoulder a few times. I couldn't get an image in my mind about what it would look like if that thing blew up. I wondered if anybody lived around here back when it could have done that. I couldn't see how they could have. That same day, we rode past a place where a huge cannon had been carved out of the ground. Reno told me some ancient Indians used to live down in the canyon. Then he showed me some openings, sort of like caves in the wall of the canyon across from us. He said that was where the Indians lived. It would have been fun to go exploring down in that canyon, but Reno wanted to get on to Santa Fe. We spent a couple of days in Santa Fe, and he was right about the food. I'd had some Mexican food before, but nothing like what we had there. Some of the spices were a little much for me, but Reno just shoveled them in with everything else. We left Santa Fe in the middle of the morning and headed on south for Albuquerque. On the way out of town, I noticed a man riding a big mule and leading what looked like a pack horse. He stopped in front of a store and went inside. "I don't think I've ever seen a man riding a mule like it was a horse," I said to Reno. He turned in the saddle and glanced back at the mule. It turned its head toward us like it knew we were looking at it.
"Not many men ride mules," Reno agreed, "but some say they're better than horses. I know wagon trains use either mules or oxen when they're going on a long trip. One thing about mules, though, you got to know how to handle them. They can be stubborn and mean as all get out. That was a big mule, too. The man who could ride him is some kind of man."
We rode on south, taking our time. With not as much to look at as we rode through the country, my thoughts turned back to the old woman in that little community back in northern New Mexico. What that man told me she said about me seemed to echo in my thoughts. She'd said a blessing over me because I'd need it soon. She was supposed to be some kind of holy woman, too. I wasn't real sure what that meant, but it was strange that she felt the need to bless me. Back then, it sent shivers up my back. As I thought about it, those same shivers crawled up and down my back again. How could she know I needed a blessing because of something coming up? Should I put any faith in what she said? When we stopped to let the horses drink from a stream running across the trail, I mentioned it to Reno. I was thinking about that old woman at that place we stopped up north. You remember the one who said some kind of blessing over me? Reno nodded.
"Yeah, I remember. That was strange, wasn't it?"
It sure was. That bothered me some. Do you think I should pay much attention to something like that? Reno pondered that question for a moment. Just when I was about to say something else, he answered me.
"Lots of people believe lots of different things, Will. I imagine that old woman believed what she was doing was a good thing. After all, she was blessing you. And I've seen some strange things as I traveled that I couldn't explain. But the local people could. I think you ought to take her blessing just like it was given, as something that was a good thing for her to do."
He'd been focused on something out in the distance while he was talking. When he finished, he turned to me and grinned.
"Now, if she'd put some kind of curse on you, that might be a different story altogether."
We rode on through the afternoon. The sun was beginning to reach for the mountains west of us when Reno said,
"Let's stop a little early tonight. I think I see a good place up ahead where there are some trees to break the wind."
He'd been looking over his shoulder as we rode, so I knew he was getting the feeling that somebody was back there trailing us. A couple of times I'd glanced back too, but didn't see anything. We rode into a cut in the side of a mesa that had trees growing in front of it. The cut was shallow, but would shield us from the wind along with the trees. One thing I'd found out about New Mexico was the wind almost always blew. Not always hard, but just about all the time there was a little bit of a breeze. With the weather turning colder, it didn't take much of a breeze to really chill a person. We got camp all set up and a fire going. Reno had some of the chili from one of the places back in Santa Fe, so we heated that up. If anything, it tasted better heated up over a campfire than it did at the cafe where we bought it. By the time we'd finished the chili, dusk had flowed off the dark purple mountains and started covering the land where we camped. I really liked the sunsets there, all red and orange, with the clouds tinted pink long after the sun was gone. We heard the approaching rider well before he came close enough to see our fire. Reno slipped off to the right, and I did the same off to the left. A couple of minutes passed before the sound of his horse's hooves stopped. Except it wasn't a horse he rode. In the light from our fire and the reflected light off the clouds, I saw the man rode a mule, the same one I saw back in Santa Fe.
"Hello, the fire,"
he called out.
"I'm a cold and hungry traveler. Mind if I come in?"
"Come on in, mister," Reno called back.
"Just keep your hands where I can see 'em, please."
"Sure thing, mister. I'm real friendly." The man rode slowly into the camp. He sat for a minute to give us a chance to look him over. He kept his hands crossed on the saddle horn.
"Climb on down,"
Reno said, stepping out of the shadows.
"We can stir something up for you to eat. There's still coffee left."
"I appreciate it." He climbed down from the saddle and came up to the fire.
"I've got some supplies, so you don't have to use yours. I'll just rustle up something from what I've got."
The man glanced at the chili left in the pot.
"I see you've had some of the chili from Santa Fe. Can't miss that smell."
"We did at that," Reno said.
"It was good, too. I'm Reno Gates. The young feller is Will Morgan."
"John Bishop," the man said.
"I live back in Santa Fe. We might have passed on the street."
"We almost did anyway," I said. "We saw your mule as we were riding out of town."
Bishop chuckled. "Streak is hard to miss. Where are you fellers headed?"
"Going down to Albuquerque, then on down to Mexico," Reno said. "How about you?"
"Albuquerque first, then west toward Antelope Spring over in Arizona territory."
He got busy cooking his supper then for several seconds. Then he sighed and said, "I'm looking for somebody."
"You a lawman?"
Reno asked. Bishop shook his head.
"No, I'm a man looking for his wife."
Neither of us knew what to say to that, so we just waited. I glanced over at Reno. He glanced at me and shook his head. I knew that meant to just keep quiet. A few more seconds drifted past, then Bishop spoke again. My wife Angelina said she got a letter from her aunt over near Antelope Spring, asking her to come and help out for a while. The aunt was sick. But I found out just today she don't have an aunt in Antelope Spring. Her grandfather told me that. So I've got to find Angelina and find out why she lied to me. Something like that had to soak in for a minute, at least for me. I'd never heard of a woman just taking off from her husband like that. Something bad must have happened for her to do such a thing. Reno must have had the same feeling.
"Was there trouble between the two of you?"
he asked.
"If you don't want me asking about it, just say so."
"No, that's all right. And no, there wasn't any trouble between us, at least not that I could see. She just got that letter and took off." Reno nodded.
"So you don't know if she really went to Antelope Spring? Do you know if she really went to Albuquerque?"
"Yeah, I watched her get on the stage and ride off. So unless she got off somewhere before there, she did get to Albuquerque."
"And you're headed there?"
Bishop nodded. "Yeah, maybe I can at least figure out if she went on to Antelope Spring or not."
"Would you like some company? Me and Will wouldn't mind riding with you, at least to Albuquerque."
11. Angelina stood in her room, looking out of the window onto the shaded plaza below. Several men lounged under the trees while others worked on some wagons that had been pulled into the shade. Since she'd been there, she'd seen few women. The ones she had seen were the kind she expected to find in saloons and houses of ill repute, the ones that could be found in any town where men gathered. But it was hard for her to think of where she was as a town. The building she stood in was the largest, and it was only 2 stories tall. 3 other, smaller buildings lined other sides of the plaza below her. She'd seen a few cabins and a lot of tents when she was brought there. For most of the journey from where the stagecoach was stopped to the small town, she had been blindfolded. Only when they were almost to their destination had the blindfold been removed. That was 4 days ago. Since then, she had been confined to the 2 rooms that made up her home now. Meals had been brought into her. When she needed to use the outhouse, she was escorted there and back. The only person she had any direct contact with was the Indian woman who brought her food. When she tried to communicate with the woman, she only got the kind of expression that told her the woman didn't understand anything she said. One thing about the woman stood out for Angelina. Her eyes showed great sadness. Whether it was for her own situation or for Angelina, she didn't know. Thoughts flitted through her mind as she stood there. How am I going to learn anything about what's going on here if I cannot get out of this room? The door has stayed locked except when that woman brings me food. I cannot climb out of this window and get to the street. I might be able to climb up to the roof, but what then? What if there's no way down? I have to do something to get the information the colonel needs. But I have not been contacted by the men I am supposed to give the information to. And then her thoughts turned in another direction. What is John doing now? And Jessie? Do they miss me? Will I ever get to see them again? What will John think if he finds out I lied to him? I hated to do that, but I know he would have found a way to come with me if he knew what I was going to do, and they would have been killed when the stage was held up. It was better for me to lie to him than to see him dead. I only hope I can make it up to him when I get out of here. If I get out of here. Now she waited. A note had been slipped under her door that morning telling her that Caleb Tate would be coming to talk with her sometime that morning. She was told to clean up and be sure to be ready to talk to him. For the past hour, she had been listening for footsteps that would tell her Tate was on his way. So far, nothing. Then, from down below, the sound of a door opening, then slamming shut got her attention. The heavy tread of someone walking up the stairs then down the hall toward her room grew louder. Angelina stood straight, but relaxed in front of the window facing her door, her hands clasped in front of her. A key scraped in the lock, and the cut glass doorknob turned. When the door opened, the man who led the stopping of the stagecoach stood there. He said nothing, just looked at her and smiled. After another moment, he stepped inside the room and closed the door behind him. I'm Caleb Tate, he said, still smiling. He expects the name to mean something to me, she realized, but I cannot let him know that I know who he is. I am Angelina Bishop, she replied, keeping her eyes fastened on his. You're beautiful. The words slipped out of his mouth as he let his eyes roam over her body. Just as I expected. That puzzled Angelina. As you expected? What do you mean? I mean that I expected my first lady to be beautiful. And you are. For a couple of seconds, Angelina couldn't respond. Then she said, Your first lady? What do you mean? Tate stepped forward and took her arm gently. Let's sit over here, and I'll tell you what I have in mind. He led her to the table that sat in the middle of the room. Pulling out a chair, he said, Please, sit down and let me explain. Besides the fact that she had little choice, Angelina knew this might be the way to get Tate to trust her enough to allow her to leave the rooms so she could find out some things. She sat down and waited. Tate pulled out his own chair across from her and settled in. He was a ruggedly handsome man with a full head of dark hair with just the right amount of gray beginning to show. The bushy mustache he wore was the same shade of dark brown as his hair. Eyes the color of the sky in the middle of the day looked into hers with a considerable amount of intelligence behind them. He was almost as big as Bishop through the shoulders, but had the beginnings of a belly. Now, where do I begin? I know. I'll tell you my plans for the near future, then tell you where I came from. Tate sat back, as if getting ready to amaze an audience with his story. The long and short of it is, I'm going to set up my own country right here in New Mexico. It's not going to be a real big country, not at first anyway. Maybe later we can take over some more land and grow. We'll just have to see. So I'll be the president, and you can be my first lady. What do you think about that? He sat forward, leaning over the table closer to her. The idea that he thought he could just set up his own country in the middle of the United States was not something Angelina had considered. Several seconds had passed since he told her what he planned to do, and Tate looked at her expectantly. She had to come up with something to say. Well, Mr. Tate, No. Call me Caleb, please. You'll be the only one who can call me that. Oh, okay, Caleb. I do not know what to say. Your plan is so big. I did not expect something like that. But will the government not say something about you doing that? Tate grinned like a boy planning mischief. I'm sure they won't like it after they find out about it, but it'll already be done. I've already talked to some people from the Mexican government who assured me they will recognize my country as soon as I make it official. They want to set up an agreement with me to help me if I'm attacked, the same as they might do for any other country. Just think how hard it will be for the U.S. government to do anything about my country with the Mexicans ready to come to my aid. They won't want to start another war with the Mexicans, so they'll just bluster and shout and eventually leave us alone. Besides, they don't have enough troops close by to do anything about me. There are only less than 150 troops at Fort Wingate. I've got that many men here already. I'm sure more will come as soon as they hear about my new country. What kind of men will come to a place like this? Angelina asked herself. They'll be outlaws and ruffians of the worst kind. This could become a terrible danger to the people around here. I've been dreaming of this for years, Tate went on. Ever since the war ended, I've done everything I could to make money so I could set up my country. And now I'm almost ready. Just think, you'll be the first lady of a new country. Angelina thought about the women who had gone missing over the past months. Had they all been brought here so Tate could decide whether they were good enough to be his first lady? If they were, where were they now? Angelina could imagine what had become their fate. Tate was going on as she thought. Now, all we have to do is get married. She didn't realize he'd said that until she saw him looking at her eagerly. I am sorry, what did you say? I said, all we have to do now is get married. Stunned, Angelina just stared at him for several more seconds. Then she said, I cannot marry you. Tate's expression went through a number of changes in the span of a few seconds. From excitement, it went to confusion, then to anger. What do you mean you can't marry me? Tate's forehead wrinkled deeply, his eyebrows drew together over the bridge of his nose, and his eyes narrowed as his lips turned down in a severe frown. You cannot expect me to become the first lady of a country that has not yet been born. This was entirely made up on the spot. Angelina thought quickly. Anything that would keep Tate from demanding she marry him would be all right. But there was a risk to her approach. He said nothing for so long that she thought he was likely to strangle her right there. In fact, his hands doubled up into fists and relaxed 4 times before they finally stayed relaxed. Tate sat back in his chair and sighed. You're right. You're absolutely right. I can't expect you to marry me until I prove what I can do. All right. You've convinced me more than ever that you're the one to be my first lady. You're just what I wanted. Beauty and brains. What a pair we'll make. Other countries will sit up and take notice of us. That's for sure.
He got to his feet. All right. I'll leave you now, my dear. It's time for me to step up my plans for declaring us an independent country. But I'll be back, and once we have made ourselves known to the world, we will be married. Angelina didn't know if this was the right time to ask for more freedom or not, but she took the chance. Caleb, it is very boring to stay cooped up in this room. Can I be allowed to get out and move around town? Tate stared at her. She could practically see the wheels turning in his head as he thought about her request. Very well, my dear. He smiled as he said this, as if he was giving her a grand present. But keep in mind, I do not treat those who try to get away from my town very well. He turned and marched out of the room then. When he left, he didn't lock her in. Angelina sighed in relief. Now, if she could only get around town and find out some things, and if only her contact would let her know who he is, maybe she could find a way to sneak out of town and get back to John Bishop. 12. After finding out John Bishop was looking for his wife, Angelina, Reno agreed we would travel with him as far as Albuquerque. But I knew what my uncle was thinking, and I knew we'd be going on with Bishop wherever he went. I appreciate you wanting to help me, Bishop said, but I can't ask you to do that. You didn't ask, Reno replied. We offered to go along, so that's settled. We'll get some sleep and get on the way in the morning. I've got to take care of Streak and my pack horse, Bishop said. I spoke up then. I'll do that for you. Picking up a bit of sugar, I started toward the mule. Streak don't like strangers, Bishop said quickly. I've seen him nearly bite a feller's finger off when the man tried to grab his reins. Will's good with animals, Reno said. Let's see what happens. Bishop stared at me for a second, then nodded. I could tell he didn't think I'd succeed in feeding the sugar to his mule. Slowly, I walked up to Streak, holding out my hand with the sugar in it. Easy, Streak. I'm not going to hurt you. I've got some sugar for you. I stopped a few feet in front of the mule. The look in his eyes told me he wasn't sure about me at all. Holding the sugar out in front of me, I took another step toward him. He stretched his neck out and sniffed my hand. The whole time I spoke to him softly, telling him I wouldn't hurt him. He licked the sugar off my hand while I stroked his neck and forehead. Moving slowly, I took his reins and led him and the pack horse out to a patch of grass and a little pool of water. A few minutes later, I walked back to the fire. That's the first time I've ever seen Streak let anybody other than me have anything to do with him, Bishop said. You've got some kind of special talent, Will. Half an hour later, Bishop went out to bring Streak and the pack horse closer into camp. After that, we rolled up in our blankets and slept. The next morning, we had a good breakfast of hotcakes and honey, bacon, and coffee. We were on the way to Albuquerque by the time the sun woke up enough to crawl over the mountains to the east. Through the rest of the day, we rode at a steady pace, stopping only for a half hour at midday to get something to eat. The sun was more than halfway down the western sky when we rode into the small town of Albuquerque. It wasn't much to look at. Most of the buildings are fairly small, built of adobe bricks and covered in a desert-tanned colored plaster. Here and there, some color could be seen on doors and window frames. Bishop had been watching for a sign that would tell him where the stage station was. That was where we decided to begin our search for his wife. The stage station was just around the first corner we turned. We pulled to a stop in front of the building and dismounted. A man smoking a hand-rolled cigarette stood under the narrow porch roof that was supported by peeled mesquite logs. Are you the station master? Bishop asked.
Yeah, if you want tickets for a stage, there won't be one leaving until in the morning.
The man finished his cigarette, then pulled a pouch of tobacco from his shirt pocket and a thin piece of paper from a bunch of other pieces he had in another pocket. I'd seen a lot of cowboys roll their own cigarettes back on the ranch,
and this man would match the best of them. "We're not here about tickets for ourselves," Bishop said. "We want to know about somebody who is supposed to get on the stage here." The man finished rolling a cigarette, fished a match from the band around his hat's crown, lifted his leg and struck it on the seat of his pants, then lit the end of the cigarette, taking a deep draw. Through the smoke that he'd let trickle out of his nose, he said, "There are a lot of people that come through here on the stage in spite of this town being a bit small. I can't remember all of them. I don't know that I can help you." Bishop stepped up closer to the man. "I think you remember this one. Real pretty Spanish lady. Came in on the stage from Santa Fe a few days ago and was supposed to get on another stage for Antelope Spring over in Arizona territory." The man craned his neck to look up at Bishop, who stood a good head taller than him. Something in Bishop's eyes triggered the man's memory. Yeah, you're right. I do remember her. But she didn't get on the stage to Antelope Spring." "She didn't? Where did she go then?" "Don't know for sure. All I know is she turned in her ticket here, got a refund, then went to the livery stable." The man puffed on his cigarette like he was in a hurry to smoke it down. "Went to the livery stable?" Bishop looked off into the distance for a second, then back to the man in front of him. "Why would she do that?" "I don't know, mister. She didn't say. I told her the livery stable was just a block away, but she needed to be careful walking there at night." He puffed on the cigarette again. "She told me she'd be all right. That's all I know." Bishop got quiet for a while, then, thinking, I imagine. Then he said, "You said that livery stable's just a block away?" "Yeah, down that way." The man pointed down the street. We climbed back aboard our horses, and Bishop climbed into the saddle on that mule. We found the livery stable in just a couple of minutes. When we pulled to a stop in front of the big wooden doors, a man stepped out of the darker interior. "What can I do for you fellas?" Bishop leaned forward over his crossed arms on the saddle horn. "I was told you may have either sold or rented a horse to a woman a few days ago. You remember her?" "Sure do," the man said with a grin. "She was a real good-looking woman, too." "She was my wife," Bishop said softly. The man lost his grin. "I didn't mean nothing by what I said, mister. I remember her because she was pretty, for sure, but also because it was late in the day, but she took off to the west all by herself." "She run off or something?" "No, she didn't run off." Bishop sat up straight. "I'm trying to figure out why she didn't get on the stagecoach going on west from here." The man snapped his fingers as if just remembering something. "I heard something about a stage from here going west getting held up. I don't know if it's true or not." "When did you hear about that stage?" Bishop asked with a real serious expression on his face. "Just in the last day or two," the man replied. Bishop turned to us. "We need to get back to that stage station and see what that feller knows." We quickly swung our rides around and trotted back to the stage station. We got there just as the man Bishop had talked to earlier was closing the door. Bishop swung down from the saddle as soon as Streak stopped. "I need to talk to you some more," he told the man. "I'm just closing for the day," the man said, a tremble in his voice. "Can't it wait until tomorrow?" "No." Bishop got up close to him again. "Tell me about a stage from here getting held up a few days ago." The man backed up a couple of steps until his back was against the closed door of the station. Oh, yeah, I'd forgot about that. Well, it was the stage that went from here to Antelope Spring. The one that woman didn't get on, it almost got 100 miles west and was held up. Everybody on board was killed. At least that's what the men said who found it." Bishop took a deep breath when he heard that. "You sure that was the stage the woman didn't get on, and everybody on board was killed?" "Yeah, that's right. She turned in her ticket. There was only a driver and 2 men passengers who got on board. The report was that 3 men's bodies were found with the stage." "About 100 miles west of here?" Bishop asked. "If we follow the wagon road, will we find it?" "Yeah, there were about 2 or 3 miles short of the 4th stage stop from here." Bishop said nothing else, just climbed back on board his mule. We left there to find a place to camp that night. 13. At the time Reno, Will, and Bishop were riding into Albuquerque, Angelina walked along the short street of the town where she'd been taken by Caleb Tate. He'd made it plain to her that she wasn't to try to leave town, and that he would be very angry if she did. She had assured him she wouldn't try to leave. Even so, she had spotted another woman following her as she walked. "I guess Tate doesn't trust me," she told herself. "I'll have to be careful not to do anything that will cause him to trust me less. By doing what I said, maybe he will finally pull this woman off of following me everywhere. I do not have much chance of finding my contact with her right behind me all the time." With only a very few buildings in the town, it didn't take Angelina long to walk around all of them. One thing she noticed right off was that none of the men standing and sitting around town said anything to her. She was used to men paying attention to her as she passed them. Those men just ignored her. "I guess Tate has made it clear that I am to be his first lady, and that none of the men were to pay me any attention. I guess that is good. I do not have to worry about any of them trying anything." She patted the pocket where her derringer was concealed. "If I do not have to use this, I will not have to explain why I have it." One of the buildings was a sort of cafe or bar or something. She'd seen men and some of the few women in town come and go into that building. On impulse, she turned and walked to the open front door. Inside, the place was set up like a cafe, with tables and chairs arranged around the space in front of a long bar. Several men were standing at the bar drinking beer and shots of whiskey. Some other men and a couple of women were seated at the tables. When she entered, all of them stopped their conversations and stared at her for a few seconds. She walked over to one of the tables and sat down like she knew what she was doing. In a moment, a man wearing a white apron and a black patch on his left eye stepped out from a door at the end of the bar. When he saw her, he set down the bottle of whiskey he'd been carrying and hurried over to her table. "Ma'am, you shouldn't be in here," he said when he got to her. "And why is that?" she asked, her heart beating faster when she saw the eye patch. "It's not fitting for a lady to be in here." The man glanced all around. "Especially you. There are all kinds of bad men sitting in here." Angelina sat up straighter. "Maybe you should take it up with Caleb, whether I should be in here or not. I was told I could go anywhere in town." She glanced around now, like the man had before. "I see a couple of other women in here, and I'm fairly sure another one will come in that door soon. She has been following me all day. Are they welcome here?" "Ma'am, those women ain't ladies like you are," the man said. "They come in here to do business, if you get my meaning." He actually blushed a little when he said this. "I understand what you mean. But nothing is happening in here, is it? Does not that kind of business take place upstairs?" Angelina wasn't sure where this conversation was going. She didn't know how her contact was supposed to make himself known to her, or if she was supposed to say something to him. In the end, she decided to wait and let the man reveal himself to her if he was the one. He had the patch over his left eye, but so far he hadn't made any effort to let her know who he was. "Maybe he is just playing it safe," she pondered. "This is not the best place for him to say something that would tell me he is my contact. I'll just have to be patient." The man had said something else to her, something she missed while she was thinking. To cover up her inattentiveness, she said, "Do you have something cool I can drink? Something for a lady?" The man blinked, swallowed, cut his eyes over at the bar, then brought them back to her. I think maybe there's some lemonade the women were drinking earlier. I can see if there's any left." "Please do," she said in her most imperious tone. She settled back in her seat then and stared at the man. He stepped back one step, nodded, then turned and went back through the door he'd just come out of. 2 minutes later, he emerged again, carrying a glass filled with lemonade. Setting this in front of Angelina, he stepped back, hesitated, then walked over behind the bar. Angelina lifted the glass and took a sip. It was very sweet, almost to the point of making her sick. But she sat and sipped it anyway. All the men in the room glanced at her from time to time. None of them made a move to come over to her table. It was like they all knew who she was and that she was to be left strictly alone. She was halfway through with the lemonade when the woman who had been following her came in through the open door. Following her was another man whose face was turned half away from her. When that man turned to see inside the bar, Angelina saw he wore a patch over his left eye too. She had just picked up the glass of lemonade to take another sip when she saw this man. For only a second, she stopped the glass on its way to her mouth before she managed to overcome her surprise. She watched the man over the rim of her glass.
There are two of them.
The surprise screamed inside her head.
How can there be two of them?
The second man walked up to the bar and ordered a beer. When the bartender set it in front of him, the man turned around, leaned back on the bar, and scanned the room. When his eyes roved over Angelina's face, they seemed to stop for a heartbeat, then go on.
Was he telling me he's my contact?
Angelina asked herself.
Or was he just seeing a new woman in town? How am I supposed to know?
Watching him surreptitiously, she continued to sip her lemonade. The man glanced at her again, then turned enough to speak over his shoulder to one of the bartenders. Whatever the bartender told him, he turned back to look at her once more, then turned his back to her.
What was that about?
Angelina wondered.
What did that man tell him that made him change so fast? Did he tell him I'm not to be bothered? That was probably it. But what do I do now? I still do not know which one of these men is my contact here. All I can do is wait and see if one of them reveals himself to me.
She noticed the woman who had been following her was deep in conversation with one of the other men at the bar. The woman glanced over at Angelina once or twice after she came into the bar, but in the last few minutes, she had been concentrating on the man beside her. A minute later, she took the man by the hand and led him upstairs. Angelina knew she would have a few minutes at least before the woman came back down. Taking another sip of the lemonade, she stood and walked out of the bar. For several minutes, she walked aimlessly around the central plaza. She passed an alley between two of the buildings lining the plaza when she heard, "Don't turn around." She stopped at the mouth of the alley and pretended to slip off her shoe and check for something in it.
"Who are you?"
she asked softly.
"Someone I think you need to know,"
the voice replied, a man from the sound of it.
"How do I know you are that person?"
She didn't want to say anything that might be taken to Tate and used to expose her.
"I know you're meant to be brought here to spy on Tate. The colonel chose you because of what you did for him back in the war. You're supposed to be real good at what you do. Well, you're going to have to be that good if you're going to survive. There have been two men here before you doing the same thing, but they were both caught and killed before they could even tell me anything."
"How will I contact you to pass information along?" Angelina pretended to work on getting something out of her shoe, something that didn't want to come out.
"I'll contact you. It's safer for me that way. When you have something to tell me, wear the dress you're wearing now. I'll see it and figure out a way to contact you."
"I need to see who you are. There are two men here with eye patches like I was told to look for. Which one are you?" She got no response. When she put her shoe back on, she glanced out of the corner of her eye down the alley. No one was there. She still had no idea which one of the men she'd seen was her contact.
14. Once we found out about that stagecoach being held up and everybody on board killed, Bishop, Reno, and me found a good place to camp that night. We were a couple of miles west of Albuquerque, just off the Beale Wagon Road.
"I sure would like to keep on going,"
Bishop said after we stopped and started setting up camp.
"But I know it wouldn't be smart."
We don't want to wear out the horses or ourselves. We'll need to take 2 days at least to cover the distance to where that stage was held up, Reno said. Probably be sometime in the morning of the 3rd day when we get there. Bishop stopped what he was doing and faced both of us. You boys don't have to go with me. I know you're wanting to head down to Mexico. I can go the rest of the way by myself. Do you hear us complaining? Reno grinned as he spoke. We live for adventure, don't we, Will? We sure do. I think trying to find your wife is a good thing for us to do. You don't know how much I appreciate your help. Bishop looked away, then turned back to us. I'm sure glad I ran into you two. Over the next 2 days, I could tell Bishop was straining at the gait to go faster. He knew we needed to stay at a steady pace and not wear out the animals. His mule would probably have covered the ground in less than 2 days, but it would have been a terrible strain on him. I didn't know what it was like to have somebody I loved go missing like his wife did. It was different when my parents died. I knew what happened to them. But to have a wife just take off like his did and not know if she was okay or not would be terrible. I hope I had somebody like that in my life someday. Even as I hoped that, it was scary too. What if I found somebody like Bishop did and she disappeared? What would I do? I said as much to Reno that last night before we got to the place where that stage was held up. What would you do? He repeated. Why, you'd do the same thing Bishop is doing. You'd go find her. I know it's scary to think about something like that happening, Will, but you've got to understand something. You can't go through life letting the fear of something bad happening to you or somebody you love keep you from doing things or finding somebody to love. If you do that, you might as well just sit out on a porch somewhere and let the world go by. Loving somebody is risky. You don't know what's liable to happen. Just like with Bishop, just like with me and my wife. It's best if you just find somebody to walk through life with and take the risk. I thought about that until sleep slipped up on me. One really good thing about Reno was he always was teaching me about life. The morning came bright and clear. Winter was in the air, but not settled in yet. It was cool enough for us to see our breath that morning. The fire felt real good. But once the sun made its entrance, the air warmed up until it was comfortable. By the middle of the morning, we came to a spot that looked like something had happened there. The ground was torn up by lots of horses. Bishop found the tracks of 2 stagecoaches and lots of horses like there had been 2 teams there. Gonna be hard to sort out individual tracks here, he said after looking around for several minutes. I'm gonna go out a little bit further. You go that way, Reno said, pointing off to the south. I'll go this way. Maybe one of us will find something we can follow. A few minutes later, Bishop called out to us, Over here! I turned and saw him waving his hat over his head. Reno trotted his horse past me, then I fell in line behind him. What did you find? Reno asked when he came up to Bishop. There's sort of a clear area here. Bishop pointed down at the ground. Looks like several people stood around here. There's tracks of a stage rolling along, too. I'm wondering if this was the place where everything started, and the horses were spooked by gunfire or something. They would have moved the stage back that way where we found the first tracks. He knelt down then and pointed at a track. This track is quite a bit smaller than the others. Could be a woman's track, or a small man's. Looks like they mounted up and rode off into the hills. He raised his head and looked off into the distant hills. So, you think maybe your wife got back on that stagecoach somewhere, and that's her track? I don't know for sure. I hope so. That would mean she was taken by somebody and not killed. Bishop's voice was full of hope. We could ride back to that last stage stop and ask the man there if she was on the stage, Reno suggested. I should have thought of that when we rode past it, Bishop said. Can't blame yourself for not thinking about it. None of us thought about it. We've got plenty of reason not to think about everything. We all got quiet for several moments then. Finally, Bishop said, Well, that stop ain't gonna get any closer while we stand here. Let's get going. The 12 miles or so back to the stage stop took us almost 3 hours. Since it was the last place that stage got fresh horses, it stood to reason that somebody there might have seen Bishop's wife if she was on that stage. It was worth the trip. When we got to that little stop, the sun was at its highest in the sky and getting ready to sink down to the west. A man sat outside the building, leaning back against it in a wooden chair. When we pulled up in front of him, he set the chair down on all 4 legs. "What can I do for you, fellers?" he asked after spitting a long brown stream onto the dirt beside him. "We need some information," Bishop said, leaning over, his arms crossed on the saddle horn. "You remember that stage that was held up some way west of here?" "Sure do. That was the 4th one held up in that area in the last 4 months. Bishop nodded. "When they stopped here to change teams, was there a woman on that stage?" The man squinted up at him, his mouth working over the tobacco chew he had in one cheek. Leaning over, he spat another long stream. "I don't know that I can tell you that. It might be that the company wouldn't want me to say who was or wasn't on that stage." Bishop straightened up and stared down at the man for a few seconds. Then he dismounted and handed me the reins to his mule. He stepped up to the man. The man had to look up a long way to see Bishop's eyes. "It's real important to me to know if there was a woman on that stage when it stopped here. My wife was supposed to be on it. Now I know there were 3 men killed when that stage was held up. I'd really appreciate it if you tell me if she was on it." Bishop kept his voice low and calm, but something told that man that he was real serious. The man swallowed hard, and I wondered if he swallowed that chaw. Yes, sir. She was on that stage when it stopped here." "Okay. Thanks for your help." With that, Bishop turned, took Streak's reins from me, and climbed back in the saddle. "Let's get back to those tracks." The trip to that stage stop and back to the place where the stage was held up had been tiring for our horses. Bishop's mule looked like he could go on for the rest of the day and all night, but we decided to ride on a little way following the tracks Bishop found earlier. We found a sheltered spot with a little spring over against a large hill and made camp there. We'd get an early start the next morning. When morning came, we were all anxious to get underway following those tracks, but we also knew we needed to eat something first. Out on the trail of somebody like we were, it was important to eat when we could, because we never knew when we'd get to eat again. That was something Reno taught me. By the time the sky in the east told us the sun was nearly ready to climb up over the hills there, we were mounted up and ready to follow the tracks. Bishop was kneeling on the ground, holding Streak's reins and studying the tracks as they became visible. "Looks to me like there were 5 horses that left this trail. One of them is carrying somebody lighter than the others, judging from the depth of the tracks." He stood up, then climbed on board that mule. "I'm guessing that one was the one carrying Angelina." It never stopped amazing me how a really good tracker could read so much into a few tracks. But I knew Bishop would remember that track and could follow it wherever it went. We rode on for 3 hours following the tracks across some rough country. A couple of times, Reno and me had to stop while Bishop worked out the trail when we lost it. Once he found the trail again when he spotted a scar on the side of a rock where one of the horse's hooves caught it. Even when he pointed it out to us, I had a hard time recognizing it as some place a horse went through. But sure enough, we found a clear trail just a little way farther on. At the end of 3 hours, we stopped in a real rocky little canyon between 2 high cliffs coming off of mountains on either side of us. Bishop searched for another half hour, trying to pick up some sign that the riders we followed came through there. Finally, he rode back to us. "They seem to have just disappeared," he said, anger not being able to find the tracks clear in his voice. "I can't find any sign at all." "You think they might have turned off somewhere behind us and we missed it?" Reno asked. "I don't think so." Bishop looked in the direction we'd come. "But it won't hurt to ride back a little way and see if maybe that's the case." We spent another half hour or so riding back along our trail and scouting the sides to see if there was some place where they might have turned off. None of us found anything.
They had to come through here,
Bishop said when we stopped looking. But they really covered their tracks good.
I guess we should just keep going the way we were and see if we can't find their trail again,
Reno suggested.
Unless you've got a better idea.
Bishop shook his head. No better idea.
Yours sounds good to me.
We rode on until the sun was nearly at the top of the sky. I was beginning to wonder if we were going to stop for something to eat when Bishop brought it up.
I reckon we ought to stop and rest our animals, he said. We can eat something while we stop too. Let's ride on over this next ridge, Reno suggested. Maybe we can see a good place to stop there.
When we topped out on that ridge, a smudge of smoke colored the sky off to the right. Reno pointed it out.
Smoke over there. It's too much for a campfire, I think.
He turned to Bishop.
You know this country? Does anybody live out here?
I don't know the country very well, Bishop said, his eyes fastened on that smoke. I think we're on a part of the Navajo reservation now, so there shouldn't be anybody living out here. I let my eyes wander away from the smoke and had been looking around at the land. When I let my eyes sort of slide along the area in front of us, I thought I might have seen a trail of tracks in the dirt ahead of us. Reno, Bishop, I said, getting their attention. Look out in front of us. Don't that look like tracks up ahead? Both of them followed my pointing finger. Bishop picked up the trail right away. I think you're right, Will. Those do look like tracks up there. He turned to me and grinned. You found the trail again. We rode on down the side of that ridge and got to the tracks I'd seen. Bishop got down from Streak and examined the tracks up close. Yep, this is the trail all right. He stood and looked in the direction the tracks led. Looks like they're riding right toward that smoke.
You think it could be a ranch or a trading post out there?
Reno asked. Trading post, most likely. I ain't seen any signs of cows or anything out here, so I don't think it's a ranch. Bishop turned from where he'd been focused and met our eyes. I reckon we might as well go on over there and see what it is. Maybe they stopped there. He paused for a second. Maybe they're even still there. I knew that last was just his wishful thinking. It had been several days since the stage holdup and his wife's kidnapping. Whoever had her was already gone from here. But maybe somebody at that trading post, or whatever it was, would know where they were headed. Bishop mounted up again and we rode on toward the smoke. Not knowing what or who might be there, we all checked the loads in our pistols and made sure they rode light in the holsters. Every once in a while we caught sight of the tracks we'd been following. Every time they led straight toward that smoke. When we were almost there, we rode into a stand of pines. As we got closer to the other edge of that narrow belt of trees, we spread out a little. At the edge of the trees, we all stopped. Out in front of us was a small meadow filled with grass and crossed by a little stream. About 50 yards farther, a log-walled building stood at the edge of another stand of trees. The smoke curled upward from a chimney on the side of the building. As we rode closer, I could make out what looked like bullet scars on the logs that made up the walls of the building. But the door stood open, and a man walked out carrying a shotgun when he saw us pull up in front of the building. He looked like the kind of man who would stand for no trouble in his business place.
"What can I do for you fellers?"
he asked, his eyes flitting from one to the other of us. Bishop said, "We're following the trail of some men riding with a woman. Anybody like that come by here in the last few days?" The man's eyes narrowed and he looked closely at Bishop.
"Why are you following those people?"
"The woman is my wife," Bishop replied. "Those men kidnapped her off a stagecoach back on the wagon road, killed the others on the stage and took her. I'm going to get her back. These fellers are helping me." For a second I wondered if the man was going to order us away from his building, or maybe even take a shot at us. Then he shifted that shotgun to his right hand.
"Come on in."
He turned and started into the building. We dismounted and tied our horses and streaked to a hitch rail in front of the building. Then we followed the man inside. Like we'd suspected, the building was a trading post of sorts. It had all the usual stuff inside: leather goods, some clothing, boots and hats, and food items. In addition, there were piles of blankets and some handmade pottery in baskets. "We didn't know there would be a trading post out here," Bishop said as we walked farther into the store. The man gave us a tiny smile. It set off a lot of wrinkles around his mouth and eyes.
"I got a contract with the government to set this trading post up. Gives the Navajos somewhere to sell some of their things, those blankets and baskets. Trying to keep the peace with them."
He set the shotgun down, leaning against the wall near the back of the store. He had some chairs set up there in front of a fireplace where something that smelled really good was cooking.
"You fellas hungry? I've got some real good venison stew cooking. It should be about ready. I don't get much company out here, so I'd count it a real pleasure if you to take a meal with me."
Even though we felt like we were in a kind of hurry, we decided it would be best to stay and eat with the man, and I was glad we did. The stew was wonderful, and the man proved to be talkative while he ate with company. He chewed and swallowed a big bite of the stew.
"You said your wife was kidnapped by those fellers she was riding with?"
When Bishop nodded, the man went on.
"They rode in here about 3 days ago. That wasn't the first time some of them came here with a woman."
When the man filled his mouth again, Reno asked,
"They came with different women?"
Nodding as he chewed, the man swallowed, then said,
"Yeah. 3 of them had been here before, every time with a different woman. Every time those women looked scared to death."
"How did my wife look?" Bishop jumped in.
"Funny thing about that,"
the man said.
"She didn't look scared at all. More like she was ready for whatever might come along. And there was one more thing different this time. There was another man with the ones that had been here before. This fella was a big man."
He nodded toward Bishop.
"About as big as you. And he acted like he was in charge of the others. Real polite to the woman, your wife, who was with him. Treated her like she was a queen or something."
"How long did they stay?" Bishop asked.
"Not very long. Just brought some things your wife might need, then rode on off."
"Which way did they go?" Bishop set his empty plate on the floor beside him and filled a cup with coffee.
"Off to the west."
The man narrowed his eyes.
"On to the Navajo reservation. You planning on going after him?"
"Yeah. I'm going to get my wife back, no matter where they take her."
"You might want to think about that again, mister,"
the man said, sipping his coffee.
"Things ain't real good with the Navajos right now. There's been some kind of mix-up in their monthly rations, or something. I've had some of them come in here and talk to me about it. They ain't too happy with most white people right now."
"But you're on good terms with them, I guess?" Bishop asked. The fire crackled and spat in the fireplace. A coal sputtered out onto the wood floor in front of it. The man pushed the coal back into the fire with the toe of his boot.
"I've had some trouble in the past, but they know I'm not going anywhere. Besides, they get to sell some of their stuff here from time to time. You'd be surprised how many people ride through the country these days."
"What about those men who've got Bishop's wife?" Reno asked. "You said they rode on into the reservation. Don't they have trouble with the Navajos?"
"Those are real mean men, mister. I think they've got the Navajos convinced they'll kill all of them who come at that town they built."
"Where's that town?" Bishop asked.
"I sure wouldn't advise you to go there. Those men don't like nobody going to that town. Some haven't come back from there."
"It don't matter that some didn't come back. That's where my wife was taken, I bet. So that's where I'm going to get her back." The man sipped his coffee again, studying Bishop over the rim of the cup. Finally, he said,
"All right, it's your funeral. I don't know exactly where it is, but it's somewhere in the mountains west of here. I don't think it's more'n 10 miles or so."
Bishop looked out the open door as if seeing the distance we had to ride. Shouldn't take up more than 3 hours then. That's an outlaw town if I've ever seen one, the man went on. Now, I ain't been to this one, but there was one over in Texas a few years ago that I made the mistake of stopping in. Almost didn't get out of that one. And the men I've seen coming through here and headed that way are the same kind of men that were in that other town. You boys better be careful. 15. While Bishop, Reno, and me were talking to the men at the trading post, Angelina was doing everything she could to be as friendly as she could to everybody. Tate noticed this and said something about it. "I'm glad you seem to be making friends here, Angelina," he said that day as they sipped coffee in the cafe saloon. Tate thought it important for them to be seen together, so people knew she was his woman. "I knew you would as soon as you became used to being seen as my first lady." "I think it's important for me to be someone everyone can talk to, Caleb," she responded, "no matter who it is. Even somebody like that bartender over there." She nodded toward the bartender who wore the patch over his left eye. Tate studied her over the rim of his coffee cup as he sipped from it. Then he lowered the cup and set it carefully on the table between them. "I think it is admirable for you to want to be one of the people," he said once he met her eyes again. "But don't you think it is good for someone as important as us to be a little above everyone else?" She made herself reach across the small table and lay her hand on his. "Caleb, you are right, of course. At the same time, is it not just as important for everyone to know we are aware of what they are going through every day?" "Of course it is, my dear." He grasped her hand and brought it to his lips, kissing it. Angelina tried not to cringe. "And it's wonderful that you think of others. That will make you a great first lady." Just then the man who Angelina had come to believe was Tate's second-in-command, Lonnie Dixon, strutted up to the table. He leaned down and whispered in Tate's ear. With a frown, Tate stood. "I have to go attend to something, Angelina. I'll see you at supper." He turned and walked quickly out of the cafe. Angelina struggled not to wipe her hand off where he'd kissed it. She knew people were watching her. She thought back over what she told him about wanting everyone to feel free to talk to her. "If everyone can talk to me, then no one will wonder if they see me talking to my contact, whoever he is. Tate seemed to understand my reasoning, so hopefully it will not be a problem." Then her thoughts went in another direction. "He's not asked me yet if I am married. Maybe he thinks the ring I wear is just decoration. It does not look like a typical wedding ring. Or maybe he thinks it does not matter if I am married. I am here and my husband is not. Maybe he thinks if my husband comes here after me, he will just kill him. I hope John does not come here after me. As good as he is, there are too many men here who would gladly kill him to get on Tate's good side." As she thought, her eyes roamed around the room, flitting from person to person. When they landed on the bartender with the patch over his eye, the man seemed to nod slightly at her. Did that mean he was her contact? The one who spoke to her from the alley? Was he trying to let her know that by nodding? Or was it just her imagination? So many questions. But that was part of being who she was in the town. After all, she was spying on the main man, so there would be a lot of unanswered questions. A lot of things could happen that might or might not all be connected. She could only do the best she could to complete her mission and not get caught. She glanced at the bartender again. This time, he held her eye for a few seconds, then glanced at an older woman who walked into the bar. His eye came back to her then, and he seemed to nod once more. Was he telling her something about that woman? Or was her imagination causing her to read something into every little twitch? The woman looked around the room and her eyes settled on Angelina. A smile formed on her face, and she walked right up to the table. "My name is Faye Gibbs," she said. "Do you mind if I sit down?" "Please do," Angelina replied with a smile. "I do not think I have seen you before. I've just returned from a sort of business trip for Mr. Tate. I heard he had found someone to be his first lady, so I wanted to meet you. It's very nice to have another lady in town." She leaned closer to Angelina and lowered her voice. "All of the other women in town are anything but ladies. Those of us who are should stick together. I think you and me will be good friends." Faye stayed at Angelina's table for several more minutes, talking about one thing and another. None of the things she brought up were in any way an indication that she was anything but what she appeared to be, a lonely older woman. But she obviously had some kind of connection with Caleb Tate. She said she'd been out of town on a business trip for him, but she didn't say anything further about it. Angelina was glad when the older woman said she had to go see to something. When Faye mentioned getting together again, maybe to have lunch, it seemed the right thing to do for Angelina to accept the suggestion. Once Faye left the cafe, Angelina pondered the encounter. That was strange. Why would that woman just come into the cafe looking for me? Because she did. It was clear she was looking for me, and the bartender seemed to know her. It was like he was telling me she was someone I could see as a friend, unless I was reading too much into the nod he gave me. I do not even know if the bartender is my contact or not. In any case, I cannot afford to get too close to Faye Gibbs. I must treat everyone as at least a potential enemy. She paused in her thinking just for a second, then went on. But it would be good to have someone I could be more at ease with. With a sigh, Angelina stood and walked out of the cafe. Out on the short boardwalk in front of the building, she stopped for a second, then walked over into the shaded plaza. She chose a rough wooden bench and sat in the shade for a few minutes. In that time, she saw nothing that would give her any clue as to what was going on there or what Tate was planning. How am I going to get any information to share with Colonel Dyson? I do not even know what kind of information he wants. This is different from what I did during the war. Then I knew what to look for, what the Colonel needed to know. Now it is all so disguised, so hidden. I feel like I am moving through a dream or something. Nothing is clear. I'm not sure what I can do to make it any clearer. As she thought, Angelina heard a horse walking slowly down the street that led out of town, but this one was coming into town. That in itself was not unusual. Men rode out of town and into town several times during the day, but for some reason she glanced up at the sound. The horse was unremarkable, as was the man at first glance, but something about him made Angelina take a second glance. That man looks familiar, but all I can see is the side of his face. All I would need now is someone who knows me, someone who knows what I did during the war. But who would be here now that knew me back then? She tried not to seem too interested in the new rider. She didn't know who might be watching her, just like the woman who was following her earlier. Tate wasn't fully convinced she could be completely trusted. That was to be expected. But she had to show him she was trustworthy. As she kept watching the new rider, he turned his head and scanned the plaza. He was no more than 30 or 40 feet from her. A shock of recognition flowed through her. Luther Harmon! He knows me from the war, and knows what I did. How can he be here? What will I do if he sees me and recognizes me? Just then, Harmon's eyes found her and stopped for just a couple of seconds. Did he recognize her? Or did he just see a beautiful young woman sitting alone and admired her? Whichever it was, his eyes rested on her for only those seconds, then moved on to others in the plaza. Angelina stood and walked away from Harmon, keeping her face averted and her pace slow and casual. Her heart beat furiously in her chest, as if trying to punch through her ribs and get away. She walked deliberately to the hotel and up to her rooms. She didn't see Harmon turn in his saddle and look back at her. 16. When Bishop, Reno, and me left that trading post, the man's words echoed in my mind for a while. He'd been to an outlaw town, like he said, and almost didn't get out of it. And this one was like it or worse. What did that mean for us? I didn't want either Bishop or Reno to get hurt in that town, and I sure didn't want me getting hurt either. But that's where Bishop's wife was, so that's where we were headed. Me and Reno had been through some rough times since he came and got me from that ranch. I'm sure Bishop had seen his share of rough times too. He'd said as much over the fires in our camps. So about all I could do was keep moving on ahead and follow the lead of the two more experienced men with me. It didn't take long for Bishop to pick up the trail we'd been following again. He recognized the track of the horse he thought his wife was riding, so he knew it was a trail we needed to stay on. Like the man at the trading post said, the tracks led right toward the mountains that were right in the middle of the Navajo reservation, according to him. The farther we rode, the more rocky the ground became. Bishop had to work more slowly in staying on the trail. About an hour after we left the trading post, we came upon another trail. This one used more. Bishop pulled to a stop when he found that other trail. Those tracks we were following led right to this trail, he said when we got up beside him, and it looks like most of the tracks on this bigger trail are headed west. You think that's where this outlaw town is? Reno asked, turning his eyes to the west. I'd say it's a good bet. I think it might be best for us to follow this trail, but off to the side. Bishop waved toward the side of the mountain to our right. That way we can stay out of sight if somebody happens to come along. Reno nodded his agreement. From what that feller said back at the trading post, at least most of the riders going into that town are pretty bad men. We don't want to get into a fight before we even get there. So we followed that trail from a short distance off it. The country became more and more mountainous, with narrow canyons that looked like cuts into the side of some of those mountains. In just a little distance, the mountains on either side of the trail began closing in on us. It wouldn't be long before we'd be riding on the trail itself if we kept on going. At a spot where a narrow canyon went from the trail back into the mountain beside us, Bishop pulled to a stop. This is getting too narrow. Pretty soon we'll be riding single file with nowhere to turn off. You think we could get up higher so we can see ahead? Reno nodded toward the narrow canyon. Maybe there's a way up back in there. Before anyone could answer Reno's question, the sound of approaching horses drifted down the trail. I guess we'll have to go in there and find out, Bishop said. I think those horses are coming up behind us. He led the way into the narrow canyon. We'd only gone about 100 yards when Reno said in a low voice, We better stop until whoever's coming up behind us gets on past, otherwise they might hear us. We can't stay quiet in this little canyon. Every sound sort of echoes back along it. I was the one closest to the mouth of that canyon, so I climbed down real quiet and got behind a rock with my pistol out. If anybody came looking for us, I could at least make them stop long enough for Reno and Bishop to get away. I don't know what that would mean for me, but fortunately, whoever it was rode on past the canyon. All I saw was a blur of brown as their horses passed by the canyon's mouth. A couple of minutes later, I holstered my pistol and stepped back to my horse. All clear, I said in a low voice. Reno grinned at me and nodded. I took that to mean he thought I did right by watching behind us. Once again, Bishop led the way on down the canyon. About a quarter-mile in, the canyon widened out some. Pretty soon, a game trail of some kind branched off the bottom of the canyon and went up the side of the mountain where we'd wanted to go. Bishop followed it. That trail wound around the side of the mountain until it came out on a flat place where we could look down on the trail we'd followed before. A little bit of dust hung in the air down there where those riders had passed. We hadn't been on that flat spot for more than 10 minutes when a series of shots blasted ahead of us. All of us immediately drew our pistols and got ready for a fight. It was Reno who figured out where the shots came from. That was down on that trail we were following. See down there where it makes a sharp bend? I think whoever was shooting was not too far around that bend. I'll bet we're close to that town, and there are guards posted along the trail down there to stop people. Bishop dismounted. I'm going to go on a little farther and see if I can see around that bend. Be back in a few minutes. He left the reins of that mule hanging down to the ground. Streak never moved an inch. We watched Bishop sneak farther along the game trail we followed until he got out of sight. Several minutes later, he came back. Like I thought, There's 2 guards a little way around that bend in the trail. Looks like they stop everybody. There were 2 men who rode past us back there. Those guards shot them both. I got close enough to hear one of the guards say that one of the men was a marshal. That guard had been put in prison by that marshal before. That's why they shot him. How are we going to get into that town if everybody's stopped? Reno asked. I'm not sure, Bishop responded. We need to find a place to hole up so we can come up with a plan. 17. The same day Angelina saw Luther Harmon ride into town. She was in her room when she heard a commotion down on the street. Stepping over to her window, she saw several men hurrying toward the cafe. That in itself didn't seem to be any threat to her, but watching the men rush into the cafe was unusual enough that she kept watching. Minutes later, she watched as the men came boiling back outside. This time, 2 of them held another man by the arms. That man twisted and struggled trying to get loose. As she watched, she saw it was the bartender with the patch over his left eye. In another few seconds, Caleb Tate emerged from the cafe, following those holding the bartender. Angelina pushed the window up so she could hear. The men pulled the bartender into the street and Tate followed. When they stopped, Tate turned and faced the crowd of men. This man, Arthur Summers, has been accused of being a traitor to our cause. Tate's voice carried clearly to everyone listening. He stands accused of giving information to people outside of our town. Information that could be used to stop us from our destiny. We will take him now to be interrogated. We will find out how he got the information he passed on, and if there are others in town who are helping him, we will find that out. Tate turned and slapped Summers hard across the face. Then he nodded to the men holding him and followed them as they took a still struggling Summers away. Angelina stepped back from the window and sat down heavily on her bed. The murmuring from the crowd below could still be heard plainly. Her thoughts whirled non-stop through her head. Tate caught her contact. That is, if the bartender really was her contact. From what she thought she'd seen, he had to be. She had no illusions about what Tate and his men would do to Summers. Their interrogation would certainly consist of dreadful physical pain for the bartender. Would he tell what he knew about her? How much danger was she in? What would happen to her if the man did give her up? For sure, Tate would have her killed if he didn't do it himself. What could she do? There really wasn't much she could do. She couldn't just leave. For sure, Tate would have somebody watching her now. Then her thoughts took a different turn. How did Tate catch the bartender? Had he been watching Summers for a while and finally had all the evidence he needed? Did someone see Summers talking to someone else? All of a sudden, the rooms she had in the hotel grew too small for her. They seemed to be closing in, stifling her breathing. She had to get outside, get some fresh air. She grabbed her small purse. It had some money in it, as well as her derringer. If Summers broke during his interrogation and Tate came for her, Angelina decided she would try to shoot him with one barrel of the derringer, then turn the other one on herself. She could imagine the kind of torture that would come her way if Tate found out about her, and it was something she did not want to endure. She hoped John would forgive her if it came to that, and he ever found out. Down on the street, she began walking aimlessly. Every once in a while, she would give a glance around to see if she could spot Tate or his men searching for her. In the midst of her concern, she didn't see Faye Gibbs coming toward her until the older woman was right beside her. "That was a lot of excitement over at the cafe, wasn't it?" she said when she came up beside Angelina. "Let's just keep walking and talking like we're just chatting, okay? I have something to tell you. I know who you are." Angelina's heart skipped when Faye said this. She tried to sound confused when she said, "I don't know what you mean." "Oh, sure you do," Faye said this with a smile. I know because Arthur told me. I've known he was a spy here for some time. I even told him some things I found out so he could pass that information on. He knew he was being watched closely, so he asked me to take his place as your contact. I know how to leave information for whoever's on the outside that we're working for. I just wanted you to know all that. I'm going over to the cafe now. You have a good evening. I'll be in touch.
As Faye walked across the plaza, Angelina forced herself to simply walk on the way she was going. Could she trust Faye Gibbs? That was a major question on her mind. Clearly, either she was telling the truth and Summers had recruited her, or she was suspicious of Angelina and fishing for some confirmation of her suspicions. But which was it? Once again, there was no clear direction for Angelina to go. She got to the hotel and stepped through the door. Right in front of her stood Caleb Tate. "Where have you been?" he demanded.
Just walking around a little. I saw what happened at the cafe and needed some fresh air.
Her heart beat furiously in her chest. Was this the time Tate told her he knew all about her? She felt inside her purse and grasped the Derringer's butt, ready to yank it out and shoot. "Did you forget we were having dinner in the cafe?"
He didn't know. No, I did not forget. I was just going up to my room to freshen up a little.
"You look fine. Come on, let's go now. Catching that traitor has given me an appetite." He took her arm, and the two of them strolled across to the cafe. Inside, a table had been set up for them. He pulled her chair out and seated her, then seated himself across from her. "I've already told the cook what to fix," he said. "I'm sure you'll like it."
You look disappointed, Caleb, she said after a minute's silence. I know catching that man was upsetting for you.
Yes, it was. I'd been watching Summers for some time. A man riding through said something about him being in the army not too long ago, so I was suspicious. Turns out my suspicions were true.
Angelina had to know whether Summers had said anything or if he was still being interrogated. Did you find out anything from that man? Anything that would tell you who he worked for, or if anybody in town was working with him?
Tate cut his eyes over at her from glancing around the room. No, I didn't. One of the men guarding him got careless. Summers made a break for it and was shot and killed, so I didn't learn anything from him.
Angelina reached out and put her hand on his arm. I am sorry, Caleb, that you did not find out what you wanted to know from him. But at least he is not a threat to you anymore.
Tate smiled at her, patted her hand on his arm. Thank you, my dear. That is just something people of our kind have to put up with from time to time. Inside, Angelina rejoiced that Summers didn't give her up. At the same time, she felt sorry for him that he got caught, and she also wondered again whether she could trust Faye Gibbs.
18. After we discovered there were guards keeping people out of the town, we rode back down into the canyon and on a little farther. About a mile down the canyon, it widened out into a dead end. We made a camp there under the shelter of the wall of the canyon. A little waterfall cascaded down from the back wall, dropping about 50 feet into a pool. The water from the pool disappeared into a crack in another wall of the canyon. Enough grass grew around the pool to feed our animals.
We can only have a small fire, Reno said, just enough to boil some coffee and cook something for supper.
By the time we got everything set up, dusk had filled the canyon around us. The top of the canyon walls were painted gold by the lowering sun. It would soon be dark enough that our smoke wouldn't be seen. When we settled in for a last cup of coffee, Bishop brought up our lack of a plan.
What do you fellas think? How can we get past those guards and into that town?
I've been thinking on that ever since we started back here, Reno said.
I don't see any other way than to get me and Will into the town. Your wife don't know either one of us. If you go in, she might somehow let it slip that you're her husband.
That makes sense, Bishop agreed. Then you could let Angelina know who you are and that I'm coming to get her.
Yeah,
I don't think both me and Will should go in together. It's easier for one man to sort of hide in plain sight than for two. He turned to face me. Will, you can get in by telling those guards you're on the run from the law. Make up something you've done somewhere far away from here, and that should get you into town. The boss man there will probably put you to the test somehow. So be ready to do what you have to do. Bishop spoke up too. If you tell them you killed somebody, they'll probably set you up against somebody in a gunfight. You've got to be ready for that. I swallowed hard. Could I purposely shoot somebody else in a gunfight? I'd done it before, but only when whoever it was came at me in Reno. This would be different. It might come down to me having to kill another man again. Reno must have figured out what I was thinking. Will, do you think you can do this? For sure, I didn't want to do it, but it was time for me to step up and be a man. This might be the only way to get Bishop's wife out of that town. Yeah, I said, meeting Reno's eye. I can do it. He studied my face for a moment.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I repeated. I'm sure.
All right. Let's plan on you going in tomorrow. I'll come in the next day or so.
Reno turned to Bishop.
What are you going to be doing?
I'll find another way into town, but I won't come all the way in. I'll camp in the high country somewhere around town. After I find a place, I'll ride to the edge of town when it first gets dark. I'll do that every evening until we make contact. We went to our blankets that night with the plan in place. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. It took me a while to get to sleep. Everybody was quiet the next morning. We had a good breakfast, then I saddled up. My story was going to be that I killed a man down in South Texas in a place called Eagle Pass. The man I killed was the son of a big rancher down there, and the rancher had the law in his pocket, so there was a reward out for me. Hopefully that would be enough of a story to get me past the guards. When I was ready to climb in the saddle, Reno came up to me.
Keep in mind, all those men in there are outlaws of one kind or another, Will. Don't get too friendly with any of them, but don't back down from any of them either. Do what you've got to do. I'll see you in a couple of days, but don't let on that you know me.
I couldn't think of anything to say, so I just nodded and climbed aboard and rode out of that canyon. While riding back to that trail, I tried to get it in my head that I was on the run, hunted by anybody who wanted to try to collect the bounty on my head. By the time I got to that bend in the trail, I felt like I was ready. Good thing, too, because just around that bend I got stopped.
Hold up there.
A voice called out from a hiding place on the side of the mountain next to the trail.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
My name's Will Morgan, I called out, keeping my hands where they could be seen. It wouldn't do anybody any good if I got shot for being careless. I heard there's a town around here where I might be welcome. A man stepped out from behind some rocks, a rifle in his hands pointed at me. He glanced back down the trail behind me, then focused on me again.
You riding alone?
Yeah, nobody wanted to ride with a man who has a reward on his head. While I talked to that man, I scanned the rocks around us. I figured there was another feller somewhere there too. When I caught a bit of movement at the edge of another rock a little farther on, I knew I was right.
What did you do to get a reward on your head?
The first man asked. Killed a man down in South Texas, I said, trying to sound as truthful as I could.
If you're on the dodge,
the man said,
I don't reckon you'd mind if I look in your saddlebags.
He took a step forward. There ain't nothing in there worth you dying over, I said. He didn't like that, but I didn't care. His eyes narrowed down and his lips turned down in a frown.
You talk tough, mister. Can you back it up?
He took another step forward. Take one more step, and you're going to be looking up at the sky, but not seeing anything. Several seconds crawled by real slow, then the man stepped back.
All right. I'll let the boys in town take care of you. You'll make a real good snack after breakfast for them. Keep riding down this trail. You'll come to the town about a half mile that way. Ask for Lonnie Dixon. Don't do that, and you'll be looking up at the sky and not seeing nothing."
Just for the meanness of it, and to make a point, I thumped my heels into the horse's ribs. That made him start off fast. The guard had to jump out of the way or get bumped by the horse's shoulders. I left him cussing me and rode on past the second guard. That one grinned and nodded as I passed by. Like that first guard said, the town was about a half-mile down the trail. There wasn't much to it. Just a few buildings and some shacks and tents where men lounged around. I got more than a little attention riding in. A knot of men stood in front of what I guessed was a saloon of some kind. When I pulled up in front of them, I asked the group, "Where's Lonnie Dixon? I was told to ask for him." One of the men stuck his head in the open door and called out, "Lonnie, there's a fella out here asking for you." A minute later, a man wearing a tied-down gun on his right hip stepped out. His sharp brown eyes bore into mine as he came closer.
"I'm Lonnie Dixon. Who are you?"
"Name's Will Morgan. The fella out there on guard told me to ask for you." I kept my eyes on his even though I was shaking inside.
"Just what is it you want, Morgan?"
Dixon kept his eyes right on mine as he built a cigarette and lit it. I shrugged. "I heard this town was one that welcomed men who might have something in their past that wasn't exactly legal. Since that describes me pretty close, I thought I'd ride up here and see." Dixon stared at me for several seconds.
"So, you're on the run then? What did you do?"
"Killed a feller down in Eagle Pass, Texas. His daddy had the law put a reward on my head, so here I am."
"Did that fella need killing?"
"I thought so," I said in a flat voice. "He called me a liar when I said I could outshoot him. Then he made the mistake of drawing on me."
"Well, obviously you beat him."
Dixon motioned me to follow him.
"Tie your horse there. Nobody'll bother it. There's somebody I want you to meet."
After tying my horse, I followed him into the saloon. Inside, a big man sat at one of the tables talking to another man across from him. The other man looked like he was scared for his life.
"Boss,"
Dixon said, to get the big man's attention,
"this here's Will Morgan. Says he outdrew a man down in South Texas. He's got a reward on his head."
The big man turned and stared at me. "Will Morgan, huh? You fancy yourself a gunfighter, Morgan?" I shook my head slowly. "Not really, but I can get by when I have to."
"I'm Caleb Tate," the man said.
"You're going to have to prove that to me in just a few minutes." "Why should I have to do that? Who are you anyway?" I tried not to make that sound like a challenge. Tate stood. He was several inches taller than me and a lot of pounds heavier.
"You heard Lonnie call me boss? Well, that's what I am around here, the boss. You have to prove to me that you can get by with that pistol if you want to stay alive. How's that sound?"
Tate grinned. I shrugged again. "Sounds like a good reason to me. What do you want me to do?" He turned and pointed at the man across the table from him.
"I want you to fight this man in a stand-up fight with guns. If he wins, he gets to go free. If you win, you get to stay alive."
A glance at the man told me he wasn't much different from any of the others I'd seen since I'd been in town. "What's he done to have to fight me?" Tate's eyes showed he was impressed.
"You figured out he's done something, huh? Very good. I think he's a spy for the army or somebody. He says he's not. We'll see who's right."
He turned to the man again.
"Out in the streets, Burks. Right now."
I followed along, knowing this was that test that Reno told me about. I was going to have to kill a man to prove I belonged in this outlaw town. As we stepped out into the street, Reno's words about all the men here being outlaws came back to me. I know that was supposed to make me feel better about what was coming, but it didn't. At the same time, the reality of what I had to do came clear.
"Burks here says he's pretty fast with a pistol, Morgan," Tate said. "But we don't know how fast you are. I guess we'll see."
We stood about 30 feet apart in the middle of the street. I'd have to be fast but accurate too. My heart thumped against my ribs, threatening to break more than one of them from the inside. "Okay," Tate said loudly. "When I count to 3, draw and fire. 1, 2. He didn't get to finish counting before Burks's hand went to his pistol. He had the gun out and raising up toward me before I drew and fired. My bullet hit him in the middle of the chest. His shot went into the ground at his feet. Burke sat down in the dirt, turned over onto his side, and died. I watched him for a second, then began reloading my pistol. "I'm impressed," Tate said. "Very impressed. Come on into the saloon and let's talk." 19. The next day, Angelina struggled to come to grips with the death of her contact, Arthur Summers, and with Faye Gibbs coming forward saying she was recruited by Summers to take his place. She still had no idea whether she could trust Faye. "It looks like Summers was my contact after all," she pondered. "I have not been contacted again, and Faye said she had taken his place. How would she know that if it was not true? There's nothing I can do except go on with my mission and be very careful." All of that was part of the job she was doing for Colonel Dyson. Uncertainty was something she had to live with, just like during the war. And just like during the war, she knew what to expect if she made the wrong choice. Tate had already shown himself ready to kill those who he thought were working against him. Just the day before, some new young gunfighter had killed a man Tate thought was a spy. She decided to go to the cafe and get a mid-morning snack to try to calm herself down. Walking across the plaza, the air seemed to feel different somehow. Maybe it was just her imagination, but people seemed more subdued, possibly on edge. But that was to be expected. After all, there had been 2 killings in the last 2 days. Tate would have called them executions of traitors to the cause, to his cause. But still, they were killings. It felt like people were watching each other to see if any of them were showing signs of being traitors themselves. She forced herself not to hurry across to the cafe saloon. There were a lot of people in the cafe that morning. Usually several men would be there just killing time until they were needed for some task. But more than she expected were there. Angelina sat at a table against the wall, knowing a bartender would be there shortly to take her order. As she scanned the room, her eyes stopped on the young gunfighter who rode into town the day before. She had heard he had killed a man in Texas and had a wanted poster out for him. "He does not look like someone who would kill men without a good reason," she told herself. "But he did kill that man yesterday for Tate." She noted that he was drinking coffee when most of the men there were drinking beer or whiskey. "I wonder why he killed that man in Texas." Just then the bartender came to her table. "What can I get for you, ma'am?" "When I was in here a day or so ago, you had a pie. Is there any of that left?" She didn't really want anything, but she knew it would be odd for her not to order something. "I've got a fresh dried apple pie just out of the oven," the man said with a smile. "How about some of that?" "Yes, and a cup of coffee, please." She was careful to always be friendly to everyone, no matter who they were. That way, no one would be surprised to see her talking to any of the others. While she waited on the man to bring her food, a young woman she'd met before came up to her table. Belle Crosby was a woman brought to Tate several weeks before Angelina. For some reason, she was not found suitable by Tate to be his first lady. Like so many others before her, Belle was given the option of pleasing the men of the town or washing their clothes and heating water for baths. She had chosen the latter. "Do you mind if I sit with you for a minute, Angelina?" In her efforts to be friendly with everyone, Angelina had told them to call her by her first name. At first, Tate had complained that people weren't giving her enough respect by doing that. But she convinced him that she needed to be known as a first lady of the people, at least until she officially became the first lady. "Sure, Belle," Angelina responded with a smile.
She noticed that the young woman seemed nervous about something. Do you want something to eat or drink? No, thank you. Belle twisted a handkerchief in her hands. Her eyes appeared red as if she'd been crying. With a glance around the cafe, she went on, I don't know if I should be talking to you about this or not, Angelina. When she didn't go on after several seconds, Angelina leaned forward over the table and said, It is all right, Belle. Go ahead and talk to me. If it is something we must keep between ourselves, I will do it. That gave the young woman courage. She took a deep breath. I've been told I'll have to start working in the saloon here. She kept her voice low, almost too low for Angelina to hear. And you know what that means? I won't just be bringing drinks and food to the tables. If one of the men wants to, I'll have to go upstairs with him. This brought on a flood of tears. Belle used the handkerchief to blot them off her cheeks, knowing this explained the red eyes Angelina had seen. Why are you having to come work here, Belle? I thought you were working in the laundry. I was. And this part has to be a secret between us. I trust you. She sniffled and swiped at her cheeks again. You seem to be different from the kind of woman that man Tate wants. I don't know what it is, but I think you want to get away from here as much as I do. Angelina wanted to stop Belle right there and tell her not to reveal any more thoughts she had about leaving the town, but the young woman kept on talking. I have to get away from here. When those men took me off the stagecoach, they shot my husband. I don't even know if he's alive or dead, but I've got to get away so I can find him. I'm sure they took you off a stagecoach or wagon too. So you know what I mean. If you have a husband, I know you want to go to him. You can help me, if you will. I know you can. You can talk to Tate and get him to let me go. Belle had started getting attention from some of the others in the cafe, so Angelina put a hand on her arm to calm her down. Shh, Belle. People are beginning to look at you. You don't want to make a scene. Somebody will talk about you, and that will get you in trouble. The young woman glanced around, then quieted more. In a few moments, she sat back in her chair and looked right into Angelina's eyes. So, you won't help me, she said in a calm, low voice. I really thought you were different. I thought you cared. Belle, it is not that I do not care. There's just nothing I can do to help you. Caleb Tate would not listen to me if I asked him to let you go. He will say he cannot take the chance that you will not say something about what has gone on here. Angelina wanted to tell her to just wait a little longer, that something would happen to stop Tate from doing what he was doing, but she couldn't take that chance. She just couldn't. I'm going to run away from here, Belle said very calmly. Either that, or I will kill myself before I come to work here. Before Angelina could say anything else, Belle practically jumped up from her chair and nearly ran out of the cafe. People glanced from her to Angelina, whispering and muttering as they did so. This is going to be trouble for me, Angelina told herself, especially if Belle carries through with what she said. People saw us talking and will tell Tate. He will want to know what we talked about and why. It will make him suspicious of me, so I must have a good reason for talking to her. Her fears came true that evening. She and Tate had been taking their supper together in the cafe, as had become their habit. They'd just finished dessert when Lonnie Dixon came up to the table. He bent down and whispered something in Tate's ear. From the anger on Tate's face when Dixon finished talking to him, Angelina knew in her heart that it had something to do with Belle. Maybe that was just a holdover from her discussion with Belle earlier, but the feeling was strong that she was right. Her heart began beating heavily. You, stay here, Tate told her as he stood, threw down the napkin onto his plate and followed Dixon out of the cafe. Angelina didn't know what to do other than sit there and endure the stares of the other people in the cafe. She knew when Tate told her to do something, he expected her to do it. But what had happened to make him so mad? What had Dixon told him? Only a few minutes later, Dixon came back into the cafe and walked right up to her. Caleb wants you to come with me. The tone of his voice told her there was no way out of going with him. Dixon had never said anything to her that would make her think he had any suspicions about her, but she knew he would do whatever Tate told him to. The hardest thing was having no idea what Tate told him.
"Where are we going?"
she asked as she stood from the table.
"Out in the street,"
he said. Was this Tate's way of letting her know he was onto her? Would there be a public execution out in the street? She tried not to let these thoughts show on her face as she pushed through the door to the cafe. Tate waited in the middle of the street along with a gathering crowd. People seemed to know something was about to happen that was important, so they wanted to see what it was. On her knees in the street beside Tate, Belle sobbed with her head down. Angelina stopped on the narrow boardwalk in front of the cafe. Her heart beat against her ribs like it would burst through. "Everybody pay attention," Tate said, his voice loud enough to stop all murmuring among the people gathering. "Once again, a traitor has been found in our town. This woman, Belle Crosby, tried to run away by stealing a horse. She was going to tell others outside of here what we are planning, no doubt. If she had succeeded, our great cause would have been destroyed. I will not tolerate that." He paused, giving everyone a chance to know what was coming next. In another moment, he spoke to two of the men with him. "Get her on her feet and stand her against that tree." He motioned toward one of the largest trees in the plaza. Once Belle was held against the tree facing him, Tate went on. "This is what happens to traitors to the cause." With those words, he stepped in front of Belle, pulled a pistol out of a shoulder holster, and shot her in the forehead. As Belle's body collapsed to the ground, no one made a sound. Tate turned from looking at her body to scanning the crowd. "Let everyone who might be thinking of becoming a traitor like this woman know that this will be their fate." Angelina thought he looked right at her when he said these words. A moment later, he stepped up to her. "Come with me," he said, taking her arm. Instead of going back in the cafe, Tate took her to his rooms in the hotel. A couple of thoughts flitted through Angelina's mind as they walked. Was he going to make her his first lady by force now? Or was he going to accuse her of helping Belle? Neither of these would be good. She decided if it was the first, she would use the derringer in her pocket as she told herself before. One barrel on him, the other for herself. If it was the second, she would figure out what to say when the time came. When they got to his rooms, Tate opened the door for her to enter. Only the two of them were there. Angelina took those things as good signs. If she was suspected of helping Belle, Tate would have been much more forceful with her, and he would have had witnesses. Most likely, she would have been publicly executed in a more terrible fashion than Belle. "I hate people who try to turn on me," Tate said as soon as he entered and closed the door. He had gone immediately to a table against one wall and poured himself a whiskey. Then he turned and faced her. "I was told Belle talked to you earlier today." She knew she had to be careful how she responded, but the truth was best, at least some of it.
"Yes. She came to my table in the cafe and wanted to talk."
Angelina met his eye.
"I didn't think there would be anything wrong with talking to her."
Tate sipped his whiskey and studied her face. Lowering the glass, he said, "What did she tell you?"
"She told me she was going to have to start working in the saloon and did not want to do that. She said she had no idea why she was taken from doing laundry to being a saloon girl."
"Did she say anything about trying to run away?" The question told her that someone had heard enough of what Belle said that Tate knew already that she had told Angelina that.
"Yes," she told him. "She did say she wanted to run away. I told her it would be foolish to try to do so."
Tate studied her face for several more seconds. Then he nodded. "That's what I was told. I just wanted to make sure it was the truth." He paused then, just long enough so that she would notice.
I want you to know even worse will happen to you than happened to Bella if you should try to run away.
I will not do that, Caleb.
A lie, but a necessary one. All right, I believe you. Go to your rooms now. He turned his back to her as she walked out of the room.
20. A day later, Reno rode into the outlaw town. He rode up to the cafe saloon and pulled to a stop. I spotted him out of the window while I was drinking coffee and eating a piece of pie. We had agreed before not to recognize each other, so I paid a lot of attention to the pie I ate. Through the open door I listened as he did the same thing I'd had done before when I rode into town.
I'm looking for Lonnie Dixon,
he said to the 3 men lounging in front of the building. There seemed to always be a few men doing just that very thing, lounging somewhere. They all had the look of gunmen about them, so I thought maybe they believed any kind of physical work was beneath them. One of the men said,
"He's inside. Come on with me."
The man led Reno right past my table. Neither of us gave any indication that we knew the other. Dixon sat in the back of the room against the wall playing solitaire.
"Lonnie, this feller's asking for you,"
the man with Reno said. Then he stepped back outside. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Lonnie set down the cards and look Reno up and down. Like he would, Reno stood there and kept his eye on Dixon and his hands away from his pistol.
"Who are you?"
Dixon asked.
"And why do you want to talk to me?"
"Name's Reno Gates. The guard at the canyon told me to ask for you." Dixon studied Reno for a few seconds.
"Why did you come here to this town?"
Reno shrugged.
"I'm looking for a place to stay for a little while. There was some trouble up in Montana, and the folks up there thought I had something to do with it. I figured it was best for me to leave there and head south. Besides, winter's coming on, and I've been in Montana in the winter once. That was enough for me. I heard somewhere that this is an open town with no law, so I thought I'd come here and see what it's like."
Dixon grinned.
"I spent a long winter in Montana once, too. Like you said, that was enough for me. You know anybody here?"
Reno glanced around, eyes not lighting on me any more than on anybody else.
"I don't think so."
One of the men at the bar took a good look at Reno, then spoke up. "I think I've seen this hombre, Lonnie." Settling back in my chair, I let my right hand rest on my lap. If this turned into something that was a threat to Reno's life, I'd start shooting right along with him. It might end up with both of us dead, but I wasn't going to let Reno get killed and do nothing about it. Lonnie and Reno both turned to stare at the man.
"Where did you see him, Red?"
Lonnie asked. "Down in Mexico," the man called Red said. "I was down in Monterey, and this feller faced 2 Mexican outlaws, killed them both. I ain't never seen nobody so cool in a gunfight."
Lonnie turned back to Reno. "So, you're good with that pistol, then?"
"I've been known to walk away from a few fights," Reno said. The other men didn't.
"Uh-huh,"
Lonnie said.
"Why don't you get a beer and wait here for a while?"
With that, he stood and walked out of the saloon part of the building. Reno got a beer at the bar and found another table against the wall. When he sat down, he picked up a deck of cards somebody left there and began dealing poker hands. 10 minutes later, Lonnie returned with Tate.
"This is him, boss,"
Lonnie said when he and Tate got to Reno's table. Reno raised his eyes from the cards he had laid out on the table and met Tate's. He said nothing. Tate pulled out a chair and sat down.
"I'm Caleb Tate. I'm the boss of this town. Lonnie tells me you're good with a gun."
Reno nodded.
"I'd do all right. I can use a man who knows how to use a gun and when to use it. How about going to work for me?"
Reno waited a few seconds before responding.
"I appreciate the offer, Tate, but I'm kind of tired of using a gun. I just want to play cards and maybe drink a few beers for a while."
"What if I insist?" Tate asked. Maybe tell you that you either work for me or leave town." Reno slowly laid the cards he'd been holding down on the table. "In that case, I'd have to leave town, I guess." Lonnie Dixon spoke up then. "Nobody leaves town unless the boss says they can. If I decide to leave town, are you going to stop me?" Reno spoke real soft, but I knew there was nothing soft about what he could do with his pistol. Lonnie settled on his feet, his hands dangling close to his tied-down gun. "Yeah, I'll stop you." Reno cut his eyes from Dixon over to Tate. "You're gonna need a new man if he touches that pistol." "Are you that good?" There was doubt in Tate's voice. "Yeah, I'm that good." No doubt in Reno's voice. Several seconds crept by with nothing but silence in the saloon. Then Tate said, "Back off, Lonnie. We'll let Gates do what he wants for a few days. Then we'll talk again." Tate got up and walked away, followed by Dixon. Reno just watched them. 21. Following the shooting of Bell as a traitor and being questioned by Tate, Angelina stayed in her rooms for the rest of that night and the next morning. At midday, she ventured out for the first time. The cafe was nearly empty, a strange thing for the middle of the day. Usually people came there to eat at that time.
I wonder if people are still upset and concerned about the 2 killings of traitors in the past couple of days. Maybe they are wondering who's next.
Several more people came in while she sat there eating and drinking her coffee. When they entered, every one of them looked at her for a few seconds before finding their own tables or standing at the bar. Were they wondering why she was still alive? After all, she'd been seen talking with Bell. Then Tate took her to the hotel. Maybe they thought she was behind those he labeled traitors. She was the new person in town and nobody knew a lot about her. She was friendly to everyone but didn't share anything about herself with any of them. And she conducted herself differently from the other women who had been brought to town to be Tate's first lady. Faye Gibb had mentioned that to her once when they were talking. The other women hadn't accepted their fate like Angelina apparently did. They screamed and cried or else withdrew into themselves. Eventually, all of them were given to Tate's men or simply disappeared. Faye did everything except come right out and ask her if she was planning to escape. That made Angelina concerned that Tate had planted Faye and was using her to keep an eye on her. But something happened later in the day when Angelina was sitting in the cafe that would make her believe Faye was a friend, a good friend. After a few more minutes passed from the time others started coming into the cafe, Angelina grew tired of them glancing at her. She grew tired of the whispers that came after the glances too. She decided to go back to her rooms and stay there for a while. Maybe the next day she could get out and talk to people again. Maybe things would be different then. Leaving the cafe, she decided to take the long way around the plaza to the hotel. That meant she would have to walk past an alley between the cafe and the building next to it. She had gone that way before and had no reason to be concerned. No one in town had ever made any kind of advances toward her, knowing she was Tate's choice for First Lady. But that day proved to be different. No one was in the plaza when she left the cafe, but she paid little attention to that fact. There hadn't been very many there when she went into the cafe either. Passing the alley, she heard a slight noise. It sounded like someone called her name very softly. She turned and looked down the alley, but couldn't see anything other than shadows. The narrowness of the alley prevented the sun from shining there other than at certain times. That day was one of those times. She took a couple of steps into the alley to try to see who might have called her. As soon as she was out of sight of the front of the buildings, someone grabbed her arm and jerked her on into the shadows of the alley. She wound up with someone's arms around her. She would have fought against the strength of those arms, but felt the sharp edge of a knife against her throat. "It wouldn't do for you to fight me or make a sound, Angel. You know I'll cut your throat if I have to." If she hadn't recognized the man's voice, him calling her Angel would have told her who it was. Luther Harmon, The man she saw riding into town a couple of days before. He had recognized her after all.
"I will not scream," Angelina said.
"You always were a smart one," Harmon said as he took the knife from her throat and released her. "I knew I recognized you when I rode into town, and you knew I was too, didn't you?" He didn't give her time to respond, but went on. "I had to think about why you'd be here after I saw you, but I think I figured it out. You're doing the same thing here you did back during the war, spying. Then I had to think about who you'd be spying on. That didn't take me long. You here to spy on Tate, and I'll bet you're still working for Colonel Dyson."
Angelina didn't say anything. There wasn't really anything she could say. She'd been found out. All she could do was wait and see what Harmon was going to do. If she had to, she could kill him with the Derringer in her pocket, but that might bring a lot of questions from Tate. It sounded like Harmon knew who Tate was, so Tate might know him too. No, it would be better for her to wait. Harmon leaned in close to her, close enough for her to smell the liquor on his breath.
"I can see in your eyes that I'm right. Well now, that gives me a right smart bit of power over you, don't it?"
He quickly turned her around and pushed her back against the wall of the alley. Then he pushed himself up tight against her.
"Now, what can I do with that power? Let's see. I could go to Tate and tell him what I know about you and what you did during the war. He'd probably give me a real nice reward for that information."
He pushed himself against her again.
"Or you can be real nice to me, and I won't tell him nothing. You know what I mean?"
Angelina remembered Harmon and his clumsy advances toward her when she was spying on the Confederate headquarters where he was stationed. She'd kneed him twice in the crotch back then. She sensed that this time was different.
"I do know what you mean,"
she told him.
"Good. Now I'm gonna come around to your room at that hotel tonight late. You're gonna let me in, and you're gonna be real nice to me. And not just tonight, but every night I want you to. It's either that, or I go tell Tate who you are and what you did. Which will it be?"
She had no choice.
"All right. I will let you in when you come to my room tonight."
Harmon grinned.
"Still smart, ain't you? I would have hated to do the other, but I would have. I'll see you late tonight, Angel."
He stepped back then, and Angelina was sorely tempted to knee him in the groin again. But she knew that would result in him telling Tate all he knew. She just turned and walked quickly out of the alley. The afternoon crept away. Finally, it was time for her to join Tate at the cafe for supper. When they entered, they walked directly to a table near the back that was reserved for them. Tate seated Angelina, then himself. Immediately, one of the bartenders came to their table with a glass of wine for Tate and coffee for her. He left just as quickly. Neither of them had to order. The cook knew what to fix. Angelina's eyes roamed over the room as she sipped her coffee. She thought for sure Harmon would be there to gloat, if not to eat. But to her surprise and relief, she didn't see him. She and Tate had just been served their steaks with the trimmings when the door to the cafe opened again. Angelina's eyes went to the door, then flitted quickly away. Luther Harmon had walked in. With all of the tables taken, he stepped up to the bar and ordered a beer. Then he turned his back to the bar and looked right at her, a smile twisted up his thin lips. Angelina had to make herself eat, all the time pretending to listen to Tate's bragging about what he was going to do, and struggling not to throw up everything she put in her stomach. Later, after Tate had escorted her back to her rooms, she sat on the bed trying to think of what she could do. She had decided Harmon had to be killed.
It was the how of it that she hadn't figured out yet. There was no way to kill him with the Derringer. It was too loud, and there was too much of a chance of the bullet going through him at close range and through the thin walls of the hotel. She couldn't put others at risk that way. Then she remembered his knife. If she could get hold of his knife, she could use it. Thinking about the necessity of killing Harmon like that bothered her some, but she knew it was necessary. There was no way she would let him even touch her if she could prevent it. Time dragged by. Sounds from the hotel ceased early as people went to bed. Sounds from the street gradually stopped as well. Soon she knew it was after midnight. Then a soft knock came at the door to her rooms. When she opened it, Harmon slipped inside quickly. "Told you I'd be here," he said, a cocky smile on his face. "You and Tate made a real nice couple at supper tonight. Hope you had a good appetite." "I want to get this over with," she said, turning from him and slipping off the robe she wore. "Okay, we'll do it fast this time," Harmon said, unbuckling his gun belt. "But from here on, it'll be real slow." He laid the belt on a small table near the door. She saw the knife scabbard on the gun belt. Now all she had to do was find a way to get hold of it. Harmon stepped around her and went to the bed. Sitting down, he lifted his foot toward her. "Take off my boot," he said with a grin. Angelina stepped over to his foot and put one hand on the toe of the boot and one under the heel, tugging hard as she pulled the boot off. Immediately the room was filled with the smell of an unwashed foot. "Now the other one," he said, lifting his other foot. She grasped the boot in the same way as the first one. When that one came off, she bent down to set it on the floor. Suddenly, she grasped the boot top with both hands and swung it as hard as she could at the same time she straightened up. The heavy boot heel crashed into Harmon's left temple, knocking him almost unconscious. He fell onto his side on the bed. As soon as the boot made contact with Harmon's head, Angelina sprinted for the knife in its scabbard. When she turned back around, Harmon was struggling to his feet. She hurried back across the room to the bed, the knife in both hands. He must not have seen her pull the knife from its scabbard. Harmon got to his feet, an ugly expression on his face. He reached out to grab her and pull her to him. Angelina had the knife pointed right toward Harmon as he grabbed both her arms. When he pulled her hard against him, the knife went into his ribs, slicing directly into his heart. For a second, his face showed the surprise that must have flashed through his mind. His eyes widened, then closed in pain. He fell backward onto the bed, the knife still stuck between his ribs. He didn't move. Angelina stood completely still, her breath coming fast, her heart beating even faster. For several long seconds, she just stared at the body on the bed as if not really understanding what she had done. Thankfully, there wasn't much blood. The knife still sticking in him kept the blood in Harmon's body. Then she set about thinking about how to dispose of the body. She certainly couldn't leave it in her room. There had to be a way to get rid of it so she wouldn't be suspected. To her dismay, another soft knock sounded at her door. Before she could get to the door, Faye Gibbs pushed it open and stepped quickly inside. When she glanced toward the bed, she said, "Good, you took care of him." Then Angelina saw the small pistol in Faye's hand. Before she could say anything, Faye said, "I saw him watching you earlier and decided to keep an eye on him. I was just about to go to my place and go to bed when I saw him sneak into the hotel. I had an idea he was coming up here. Did you know him?" Angelina thought fast. "Yes. He tried to attack me once before in another town. That time someone came to my rescue. I never thought he would come here." Faye nodded. "Okay. We've got to get rid of the body." She thought for a moment. "We can carry him down the back stairs and dump him somewhere out away from town. You take his legs, and I'll get his head and shoulders." Slowly, they carried Harmon's body down the back stairs. As late as it was, no one was around to see them. Thankfully, the stairs didn't squeal.
Once they had the body out of the hotel, they carried it 50 yards out into the scrub around the back of the hotel. "Let's put him here," Faye said. "I'll wipe out our tracks on the way back." They got back to the hotel, and Faye left to go to her cabin. Angelina climbed up to her rooms and cleaned them up as good as she could. The next day, everyone was talking about the body found behind the hotel. Rumors flew about who killed the man, but nothing was said about Angelina or Faye. 22. While Reno and me were getting into the outlaw town separately, Bishop rode around the mountains that surrounded the town. He was determined to find another way to the place. After Reno left the campsite we'd found in the small canyon, Bishop rode back to the trail we took into town and found another trail that branched off of it. That trail took him around the guards and on into the mountains to the south of the town. It took him a full day riding up and down the sides of the mountains to get to a spot where he could see the smoke from fires in town. Coming out on top of a shoulder of a mountain, he watched as people in the town went about their business, but he didn't see Angelina. After a few minutes, he pulled back from the shoulder and found a tiny trail that meandered around the side of the mountain. Just when he was about to abandon the trail and see if he could find another, he came upon the remains of a cabin. It must have been the cabin of a prospector from the days before the area was set aside as a reservation for the Navajo. It had been built of rocks pulled from the mountains. 2 full walls and part of a third were left along with most of the roof over the walls. As a cabin went, it wasn't much, but as a temporary shelter, it was perfect. A fire built in one corner couldn't be seen from any distance, but the heat from the fire would reflect off the walls. Bishop set up his camp under the remaining roof. Then he waited for morning when he would find a way to the edge of town. His arrangement with Reno was to ride to the edge of town every evening at dusk and wait for Reno to see him. That meant he had to be familiar enough with the way to and from the cabin to get back there after dark. By midday the next day, he'd found his way to the edge of town. He had to be very careful riding that close to town in broad daylight. Once he'd found the way, he made the trip 3 times to fully imprint the trail he made in his mind. Then he found a sheltered spot to watch the town the rest of the day, hoping to see Angelina. In the middle of the afternoon, he returned to the cabin, disappointed that he didn't even get a glimpse of Angelina. A good meal helped take the edge off the disappointment. Then he made his way to the place he'd make himself visible for Reno. Stopping a couple 100 yards from the spot he'd picked out, he waited for dusk in the middle of a small stand of pines. Once dusk began crawling out of the valleys and ravines in the mountains, Bishop slowly rode on to the place he found. He stopped Streak right where he thought he could be seen from the edge of town. Reno dealt the cards to the 2 men on the other side of the table from him. He'd been playing pretty consistently since coming into town. Different men wandered up to the table, played a little while, then left. At one point, there were 4 other men playing opposite him. Thus far, Reno had come out a little ahead. He could have won a lot more by using some of the tactics he'd learned over the years, but cheating wasn't something he did. While he kept up with the betting, he also considered the situation he was in. Not only was he in an outlaw town where he didn't know anyone, the main man in town was unhappy with him. When Reno didn't jump on the chance to work for Tate, he could tell that didn't go over well with the head outlaw. He was pretty sure some of the men who came to his table were there to watch him and not just to play cards. A glance out of the window showed him it was getting late in the day. Dusk would soon come upon them, the time he needed to start watching for Bishop at the edge of town like he'd done for the past 2 days. He managed to lose 2 hands in a row and tossed his cards into the middle of the table. "I think I'm going to take a break for a while," he told the others at the table. "Got to make a trip to the outhouse, then I'm going to walk around a little. If you boys want to play some more, I'll be back later." After walking out of the cafe saloon, Reno walked around the corner of the building and headed to the back. A glance behind him showed no one there.
In case anyone was watching who he couldn't see, he went on to the outhouse. After taking care of his business there, he stepped out and walked behind the other buildings, as if just wandering for a while. At the end of the buildings, he turned and walked around the plaza. He got around to a point almost directly across from the cafe saloon. He glanced toward the edge of town in that direction. Getting a glimpse of Bishop, he took off his hat and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. From his vantage point, Bishop watched Reno walk around the plaza. When he stopped and took off his hat, Bishop knew he'd been seen. As soon as he was sure of that, he reined to streak around and made his way back to the cabin. Like they agreed, he would come back the following afternoon and meet Reno there. The next day, Reno played cards like every day before. About dusk, he took a break from cards and walked to the small livery stable. There he saddled his horse and rode out toward the place where he'd meet Bishop. When he got to the spot where he'd seen Bishop the evening before, he stopped and waited. A moment later, Bishop rode up. "Good to see you, Reno," Bishop said when he pulled to a stop. "Good to see you too, Bishop. I know you want to know about your wife, but let's go on to where you're camped so we can talk." Bishop led him to the cabin, taking care to show him landmarks along the way. Once there, they settled in around a small fire. "I ain't seen your wife yet," Reno said, "but I've managed to make the head man a little mad." "How'd you do that?" Bishop asked between sips of coffee. "He wanted to hire me to work for him, and I told him I just wanted to play cards for a while. That didn't sit well with him. I think he's got some people watching me in town. Do you think they saw you ride out of town tonight?" "May have, so I'll have to keep this short. I'll ride out every evening for a while to set up a pattern. Maybe that'll keep him from getting too curious about what I'm doing." "Okay. Can you find your way back to town from here?" "Yeah," Reno nodded. "I'll take different routes for a couple of days, then come back here in 3 days. In the meantime, I'll try to spot Angelina." Reno left then, making his way back to town. When he rode in, he knew somebody would let Tate know he'd been out riding. 2 days running, Reno rode out of town, taking a different route each time. Each time one of Tate's men told him what Reno was doing. The third day, he had Dixon bring me to him. "Do you think you can follow that fellow, Reno, without him knowing you're there?" Tate asked me once we were in Tate's room. "Sure. You want me to do anything other than follow him?" "No, not yet. I just want to know where he's going and what he's doing. It seems strange to me for him to go riding so late in the day." I nodded. "He plays cards all day. Maybe he just needs a break and likes to get out late." "Could be, but I want to know. I'm not sure I trust him much." "Okay. I'll follow him today if he goes out." Just like the other days, Reno took a break and rode out of town late in the afternoon. I was only a minute behind him. It didn't matter if Reno spotted me. I followed Reno to the cabin where Bishop waited. The three of us settled in around the fire. "I've seen Angelina," Reno said. "She came into the cafe for supper with Tate. She looks good, Bishop. I haven't been able to get her by herself to let her know who I am." "Me either," I said. "I think Tate trusts me as much as he trusts anybody, but I still haven't got close to your wife." "I think it's time to plan how to get her out of there," Bishop said. "Do the best you can to contact her." Both of us nodded. Then Reno left, and I followed a couple of minutes later. Back in town, Reno went directly to the livery like usual, then back to the cafe saloon. I came in shortly after, then reported to Tate. "All he's doing is riding around, boss," I said when I was with Tate. "Nothing else, just riding around, looking at the country." "I still think it's strange," Tate said. "I just don't trust him for some reason." 23. The day after Tate sent me to see where Reno went when he rode out of town in the evening, something happened that I knew was probably coming, but hoped it wouldn't. I'd been at the livery stable checking on my horse when Dixon came by and saddled his horse. He glanced at me several times as he worked. When he led the horse out of the barn and got ready to climb on board, he called to me, "Morgan, come here." He watched me closely as I ambled over to him. When I got close enough, he said, "I'm going out of town for the boss. I'd like you to stay sort of close to him while I'm gone. I don't want anybody trying anything because I'm not right there with him." "Sure thing, Dixon," I said. He nodded, mounted up, and rode off. I reflected on how Dixon had been somewhere close by every time I saw Tate. That told me the man was afraid somebody might decide to try to kill Tate, either to take his place or to stop what he planned to do. I took my curry brush back to its place on the little shelf built into the wall of the stable. Then I walked out of the barn and started toward the cafe saloon, where I knew Tate either was already or would be shortly. A glance back at Dixon as he rode out of town showed me he'd been glancing over his shoulder at me, probably to make sure I was going to do what he said. Taking my time, I enjoyed the middle of the morning coolness. It reminded me that Reno and me were on our way to Mexico to beat the winter when we met Bishop. Hopefully, we'd get to resume that trip in a few days. We just had to get Angelina back with Bishop and get out of a town full of outlaws. Shouldn't be much of a problem. When I got to the cafe saloon and pushed through the door, there were only a few people there. A couple of the men who really liked their beer were already getting started on their drinking for the day. 2 other men sat at a back table, eating either a late breakfast or an early lunch. Tate was nowhere to be seen. I walked to another table over against the far wall of the saloon and sat down. Somebody had left a deck of cards there, so I began playing solitaire. 30 minutes passed before anybody else came in. When the door opened, Reno stepped inside and glanced around the room. His eyes didn't stay on me any longer than they did on any of the other men there. He passed the bar, asking the bartender to bring him a cup of coffee. Then he sat down at a table near the door and began shuffling another deck of cards. I did my best not to pay him any attention. 10 minutes later, 2 more men ambled through the door, saw Reno there, and went to the bar. Both of them ordered beer, then took them to Reno's table. "How about letting us try to win back some of our money from yesterday?" one of the men asked, a grin on his face. "Sure," Reno said. "You boys have a seat. I don't mind taking some more of your money." "Maybe our luck will change today, Reno," the other man said. Over the next hour, several other men drifted in and out of the cafe saloon. Then Tate pushed through the door. He waved to the bartender, who immediately set to work pouring a glass of beer. Tate walked past me, nodded, then went to another table close to the back of the room. For some reason, he sat with his back to the back door of the cafe saloon. Where he sat, it would be easy for somebody to push open the back door, stick a rifle or pistol muzzle out, and shoot Tate in the back. The range wasn't more than 30 feet. When I saw that, I eased my chair back a little, just in case I needed to get my pistol into action fast. With my Colt holstered on my left hip, with the butt canted forward, I could draw it fast enough from where I sat. I didn't have any idea that somebody in town would try to kill Tate, but I didn't want anything like that to happen. Killing him would lead to complete chaos in the town, at least for a while. There was no telling what might happen if that came about. I figured it would make getting Angelina out of town and to Bishop that much harder, especially since I had no idea where she was living. When several minutes passed and nothing happened, I began to relax just a little. That bartender brought Tate something to eat, then went back behind the bar. 10 minutes later, my ears caught the slight creak of the hinges on that back door as it was eased open just enough to let someone reach through it. My eyes flew to the door. Seconds later, a hand holding a pistol slowly came through the open door. Somebody was going to shoot Tate. Whoever it was didn't want to miss, so he opened the door a little more and stuck his entire arm up to his shoulder out. It was time for me to make my move. As I drew my Colt, I yelled, "Boss, look out!" Before the words even got out of my mouth, I squeezed the trigger on the Colt, blowing a hole in the upper arm sticking out of the back door. A scream of agony and the thump of a pistol hitting the floor followed quickly. Lunging up, it only took me 3 long steps to reach the back door. I grabbed the bleeding man and pulled him into the room. While I did this, Tate jumped out of his chair, drawing a small pistol from a shoulder holster. At first, he didn't know what was going on. Only seconds later, he realized I'd saved his life. He walked over to where I stood over the man who tried to shoot Tate in the back. He stared down at the man, a disgusted expression on his face. Then he turned his gaze to me. "You saved my life," Tate said, a shade of surprise in his words. Glancing down at the man again, he said, "Do you know who he is?" "I've seen him around town the last day," I responded, "but I don't know him." "Help me," the man said, gripping his upper right arm with his left hand. "I'm bleeding bad." "Who are you?" Tate demanded. "Who sent you here?" "Help me," the man repeated. "I'm about to bleed to death." "No, you're not." Tate raised his pistol and shot the man in the chest twice. Then he stepped back 2 paces and shot him 2 more times. "I hate traitors. One of the bad things about being president is having to deal with those who don't believe in your cause." He lifted his head and spoke to the bartender. "Drag that out of here." Then he shifted his gaze to me. "Come and join me at my table." I followed Tate while I reloaded my pistol. It took almost all of my willpower not to look over at Reno. "You want something to eat?" Tate asked when we got seated again. "Sure. No need to turn down food." He signaled the bartender, who quickly brought out a steak and set it in front of me. While we ate, Tate examined me closely. "Now you see why I need men like you and Dixon," he said after a minute. "There's always somebody who gets it in their hands to do away with the boss." In between bites, he went on. "I knew you were somebody I wanted working for me ever since you first rode in here. I've got to admit I wasn't convinced about that, though, not until today. If you were here to kill me, it would have been easier for you to let that man shoot me before you shot him, but you got him first." I swallowed the bite I'd been working on. "Dixon asked me to keep an eye on you when you rode out this morning. Maybe he figured somebody would come looking for you with him gone." Tate mulled that over for a minute. "Could be. I guess he saw something in you like I did for him to ask you that." He took a long swig of his beer and sat back in his chair. "Well, whatever the reason, I'm glad he did that." He studied me for another long minute, so long that I began to think he expected me to say something. But I think he was a lonely man who had few people he could talk to. What I did for him seemed to set me in his mind as somebody he could trust. He took a deep breath and set down his beer. Then he said, "I'm going to tell you something in confidence. You know I'm setting up my own state here, but there are some possible problems. Right now, the Army don't want to do nothing about me being here on Navajo land. And the Navajos don't have the guns to drive me out. Why, there ain't no more than 150 troops at Fort Wingate, and they're all busy watching the Navajos and protecting the wagon road." He shrugged. "Now, at some time the Army could send enough men to drive me out of here. But that's going to take some time for them to plan and come up with enough troops. If they do that, I don't have enough guns to keep them away. Today." He leaned forward, got close to me across the table, and spoke real low and soft. "But it won't be long till I'll have all the guns I need to keep any troops the Army sends against me. And the funny thing is, I'm going to get them from the Army itself." He grinned. "How are you going to do that?" I asked. "I've found out the Army is sending a bunch of Gatling guns and some mountain howitzers through here on the wagon road. It's supposed to be a secret convoy, but I've got people who tell me things like that. The convoy will have all kinds of ammunition, too. I'm going to ambush them and take those guns for myself. And then when the Army does come against me, we can drive them off." "Okay," I said. "I'm impressed. When is this convoy supposed to come through here?" "In the next few days. I've got some more men coming in, too, so we'll have enough men and guns to take that convoy from ambush. That's where Dixon went today. They won't know what hit him." That kind of news needed to be gotten out to some kind of authorities. Tate couldn't be allowed to get his hands on those Gatling guns and howitzers. I knew what a Gatling gun was and had a pretty good idea about the howitzers. Reno and Bishop would know for sure. I just had to figure out a way to let them know. 24. While I was talking to Tate, finding out his plans and trying to figure out how to let somebody know about what he was going to do, Reno stood and walked out of the cafe saloon. I caught him leaving from the corner of my eye, but didn't move my eyes or head to look at him. He had caught a glimpse of Angelina coming out of the hotel and walking around the plaza. Even though he hadn't seen her before, Reno knew the woman had to be Angelina from the description Bishop had given him. He thought that might be the only chance he'd have to talk to her without Tate seeing. Outside, he started walking around the plaza so that he'd intercept her along the way. He wasn't sure how he'd get her to stop long enough to tell her who he was. While she walked, Reno noticed she stopped and said a few words to several people along the way. That seemed like something she did whenever she was out walking. No one paid any mind to her. He timed his walk to meet her at a spot out of sight of the cafe saloon, but where other people could still see them. It wouldn't do for their meeting to look like some secret thing. When he got close enough to her, Reno said in a low voice, "Angelina, John says hello." Like he knew it would, saying that got her attention. She stopped and looked closely at him. "Who are you?" Reno took off his hat. "My name's Reno Gates. John is in an abandoned cabin in the mountains close by. I can take you there if we can figure out how to get you out of town without anybody seeing us." "How do I know you're telling me the truth?" Angelina said all of this with a smile, as if just passing the time of day with someone on the boardwalk. She's had practice doing this kind of thing before, Reno realized. She's acting like this is just a normal conversation. "I know John rides an ornery mule named Streak, and the two of you have an adopted daughter, Jessie. If that convinces you, I'll be waiting at the western edge of town at dusk. If you can, come there, and I'll take you to John." He put his hat back on and walked on down the boardwalk. Angelina did the same. Later that day, back in her rooms, Angelina thought about what had passed between her and Reno. Could she trust him? It seemed like she could. After all, he knew about John and Jessie, something she hadn't told anyone in town, and he knew her name in spite of not having ever met her before. He had to have at least talked to John about her. Not even Tate knew about John and Jessie. As much as I hate to, I must trust him, she realized. If this was a trap set up by Tate, it is too complicated. If he did not trust me, he could just have some of his men bring me to him. I do not think Tate could have set this up because he does not know what this Reno Gates knows. I will meet Reno tonight and see what happens. At least Tate is busy talking to some men from Mexico tonight and will not need to see me. After the sun went down, Angelina slipped quietly out of her rooms and down the back steps of the hotel. At the back of the hotel, she stopped and listened. She had changed into a riding dress for freedom of movement. Once she was sure no one had followed her, she moved quickly toward the west edge of town, keeping to the shadows of the buildings. At one place, she had to quickly pull back into deeper shadows when a man walked down the side of the building into the outhouse. Waiting until he closed the door, Angelina then slipped past and on to the edge of town. Like he'd said, Reno waited there behind a boulder. When she came up to him, he stood holding a pistol in one hand. As soon as he saw who she was, he replaced the pistol in its holster. "We'll have to ride double," he said. "I couldn't figure out a way to get 2 horses out of the livery." "Would people not wonder why you even got this one?" "No. I've made it a habit to go for a ride every evening. People have gotten used to me riding out. They just think I'm strange." He said this with a grin. "Well, I do not know if you're strange, lying to me, or telling me the truth," Angelina said. "But I will go with you." She gripped the derringer in her pocket as she said this. "All right."
Reno climbed on board the horse and settled himself in the saddle. He lowered a hand and helped her climb up behind him. It took only half an hour to get to the run-down cabin where Bishop was. When they came inside of it in the starlight, Bishop stepped out from the side of the fire. Angelina slipped down off the horse quickly once she saw it was really Bishop. She went to him and threw her arms around him. "John, I'm sorry I lied to you." Tears followed her confession. "But it was something I had to do." Bishop held her tightly and kissed her forehead. "I'm sure you had a good reason for what you did, Angelina. Come on to the fire and tell me about it." They gathered around the fire while Angelina told them what had happened. "I was contacted by an army officer I worked for during the war. Back then, I had spied on the Confederate troops in New Mexico and gave information to this officer. He said he needed me again to spy on Tate and see what he was doing. I had to do it, John, and it had to be in a way you would not know. Tate stopped the stagecoach I rode on and captured me, just like we wanted him to do. I am sorry I could not tell you what was happening."
"If you had, I would have come along with you," Bishop said.
"I know, and that is why you could not know. You could have been killed, and I could not have lived with that."
"You could have been killed too, Angelina," Bishop protested.
"No, I have done this before and know what to do. Besides, Tate was looking for a woman to be his first lady, so he was not going to shoot me."
"His first lady,"
Reno repeated. "Yes, he's planning to set up his own state with him as president. He said he has backing from people in Mexico too."
"How are you supposed to get information out to this army officer?" Reno asked.
"The man who was my contact was discovered and killed. But a woman told me she was recruited by the man to take his place. I will find a way to tell her what I know."
Reno spoke up. "I hate to break up this reunion, but we'd better get back before somebody notices you're gone, Angelina."
"I'll come back to you, John."
Angelina stood and hugged him, kissing him hard. "I'm not going anywhere until you're finished with this, so come when you can."
Angelina looked deep into his eyes and must have seen his resolve there. She didn't beg him to leave or anything, just kissed him again, and climbed back behind Reno and rode off. 25. The next day I knew I had to tell Reno and Bishop what Tate had told me about the Gatling guns and howitzers he planned to capture. I also needed to tell them about the Mexican men I saw Tate with last night. They looked like important people, and Tate was really talking hard to them. All I could do was wait for dusk when Reno would ride out again. I could follow him like I did when Tate asked me to. Nobody would wonder what I was doing. They pretty well took me for part of Tate's bunch. That day passed slowly, but I managed to keep my nervousness down and act like I always did. Finally, the sun was down to the tops of the mountains west of town. I finished the supper I didn't really want and stepped out onto the street. Stretching my arms high overhead, I glanced around and saw no one paying any attention. Most everybody was eating supper, so only one or two people were around. I'd seen Reno leave the cafe saloon a few minutes earlier. Down at the livery stable, I caught up my horse and began saddling him. The hostler came up to me. "Riding out again?" he asked, his voice not showing any particular interest in what I was doing. "Yeah, that gambler fella rode out a few minutes ago, didn't he?" I wanted to give the impression I was following Reno again like I did before. "Yeah, he sure did. Wonder where he goes." "Don't know. I'll be sure to take care of my horse when I get back." The hostler turned and walked away toward the cafe saloon. He waved over his shoulder to let me know he'd heard me. I covered the couple of miles to the ruined cabin where Bishop was camped in about 30 minutes. A full moon had risen just as the sun went down, so there's plenty of light to see the way. When I got to the cabin, I stopped short and called out softly, "Reno, Bishop, it's Will. I'm coming in." Neither of them took any chances. When they heard my horse coming, they'd stepped into the shadows at the edge of the camp. Once I got into the firelight, they stepped back into the light too.
What brings you out here, Will? Reno asked as he poured me a cup of coffee. I found out something that you two need to know. I sipped the black and hot coffee, careful not to burn my tongue. Tate is planning on ambushing an army convoy over on the wagon road. He's waiting to get his hands on some Gatling guns and mountain howitzers. For a moment, both of them were without words. Then Reno asked, "How did you find this out?" Tate told me after I stopped that feller from shooting him in the back. He must have figured I was okay. Bought me a steak to eat and told me the big news. Says he's going to need those guns to keep the army away once they get everything together and plans made to come and attack him. Then last night there were some Mexican bigwigs in town to talk to him. "We know about that," Bishop said. When he saw the questioning expression on my face, Reno added, "I brought Angelina out here last night. She didn't know about me for a while, then I introduced myself to her." "Did she tell you how she got here?" I asked. "Yeah. Seems she's a spy for the army. She did some of that kind of work during the war." Bishop grinned and shook his head. "Never told me about that. But the same fellow she worked for in the war contacted her in secret and asked her to do the same thing out here. So the army is aware that Tate is out here, but they obviously don't know what he's up to, and sent Angelina here to find out." Bishop grinned again. "Pretty tall tale, huh? Except it's all true. Now we've got to get Angelina out and get the information to that army feller so they can do something about it." "How are we going to do that?" Reno spoke up. "We ain't got that figured out yet, but we'll come up with something. Right now, you and me better get on back to town so nobody gets curious about us." Reno rode back to town first, then I followed several minutes later. That's when things got real interesting for me. I'd just begun rubbing down my horse with a piece of burlap bag when a man stepped out of the shadows of the stable behind me. When I heard the click of the hammer of his pistol being cocked, I froze. "You went for a pretty good ride, Morgan," the man said. I didn't recognize the voice. "I don't know what you mean, mister. Who are you?" "Turn around." When I did, I remember the man's face from seeing him in the cafe saloon several times. "What is it you want?" "I've been curious about you, Morgan, so I followed you tonight. I seen you meeting with those two out in the mountains. One of them is that gambler feller, but I don't know the other one. I ain't seen him in town, so I figured he's hiding out for some reason. I couldn't get close enough to hear what you all were talking about, but I figured Tate would like to know about you being real friendly with Reno and that stranger." When he said that, I started thinking about how I might get the jump on him. As long as he held that pistol on me, there wasn't any way I could draw and fire fast enough to keep from being shot. My thoughts were interrupted when the man spoke up again. "Now, there might be some kind of arrangement we can come to that would be good for both of us. Like, for instance, if you was to pay me enough, I might forget what I saw tonight." "Okay. How much would make you forget?" "Oh, I'd say something like $50 every week would likely keep my memory real bad." I knew the man would probably come back for more money if I agreed to pay him, but I needed some way to get him to back off at least enough for me to get to my pistol. $50 a week? I said, sounding astounded. "That's a lot of money." The man grinned. He knew he had me in a tight spot. "Not if you want to stay alive. I imagine Tate would probably enjoy killing another traitor to his cause." I'd been moving real slow to my right to get away from my horse in case that feller decided to shoot. I didn't want the horse to get hit. He didn't like it that I moved. "You just hold still. Stop moving or I'll shoot you myself." Okay. Don't get trigger happy." I cut my eyes real quick over to a dark corner of the stable, then right back to the man. "I'll have to go to my hotel room and get you the money. I don't carry that much on me." I cut my eyes over to the corner again. "What are you looking at over there?" The man eased around and half turned so he could glance at the corner. I knew it was so dark back there he couldn't see anything, even if there had been something there. But he did just what I hoped he would. When he turned that little bit, it took his pistol out of line with me. Now if he'd just do what else I hoped. When the man turned back to me, I said loudly, "Now, Reno, jump him now!" Like I hoped he would, the man jerked his head around, pulling the pistol more out of line with my body. As he turned, I drew my pistol and fired. The bullet hit him under his left arm, raising a puff of dust from that side of his body and the other side when it came out of him. He grunted and went down face first to the floor of the stable. He didn't move after that. A minute later, several men ran into the stable. One of them brought a lantern with him. "What happened?" one of them asked as he gazed at the body on the ground. "That feller tried to rob me," I said, thinking fast as I talked. "I was rubbing my horse down, and he came out of the shadows demanding all my money. I was lucky and fooled him into thinking somebody was about to jump him. When he turned, I shot him." "That's Red Jenkins," one of the others said. "He's been a troublemaker ever since he rode into town." "Good riddance," another of them said. Some of the men carried the body out. Nothing more came of the killing. For some time that night I pondered what I'd done. Mostly I thought about how I felt about killing another man. It bothered me some that I didn't feel particularly bad about killing that man. He was ready to kill me, or worse, tell Tate what he'd seen. That would have put both Reno and Bishop in trouble too. It could have led to all three of us being killed. Knowing that, it didn't bother me as much that I killed another man. I just hoped it didn't signal that I was getting used to killing. 26. The next afternoon late, Angelina was in her rooms getting ready to meet Tate at the cafe saloon for supper. A knock at her door got her attention. Thinking it was Tate who had come to escort her, she hurried to the door and opened it. Standing there were two men she'd seen with Tate before. She didn't know their names. "Can I help you?" she asked. Inside, she had a suspicion something was going on that she wasn't going to like. Tate had never sent any of his men to her rooms before. "The boss wants to see you right now," one of the men said. There was no pleasantness in his voice. "We're supposed to take you to him." "All right," she said. "Do you know why he didn't come himself?" "We don't know that. He just told us to come and get you." One of the men led the way toward Tate's rooms, around to the other side of the hotel. The other man followed behind Angelina. She had the feeling that this was the same kind of escort that men had on the way to a hanging. At Tate's door, the man in front knocked, then opened the door. He stepped aside and let her enter. The two men followed her inside. Caleb Tate stood looking out of the window across from her. He didn't immediately turn around when she came into the room. Not sure what to do, Angelina just stood there. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw someone else sitting in a chair near the corner of the room. Faye Gibbs. Then Angelina knew she was in trouble, deep trouble. Faye wasn't tied up and didn't show any signs of being beaten, so she knew the older woman had betrayed her. Tate turned around, his face filled with both rage and sadness. "I really thought you were the one," he said. "But clearly you are just another traitor. I don't even want to see your face anymore. You will be executed at sunrise." He addressed the two men who brought her to his rooms. "Take her to her rooms and lock her in. Then stand guard in the hall. I'll send someone to relieve you later." The two men grabbed her arms and held them tightly. As they turned Angelina to leave Tate's room, she came face to face with Faye. "Why did you do it, Faye?" she asked, already knowing the answer. Faye grinned. "For money. That's the only reason, honey. I'm getting older and don't have nobody to take care of me. So I've got to take care of myself. That's just the way it is." The two men pulled her out of the rooms and shut the door behind her. As they led her down the hall, she heard Faye talking to Tate. "All right, I've done what I said I would do. Now where's my money?" After a pause, she heard Tate say, "I hate people who would betray their friends." Then she heard a shot. The two men got to her rooms, shoved her inside, closed and locked the door. Angelina sat heavily on the bed. What would happen now? She had to think of a way to get out of her rooms, but how? She turned and looked at the window. 27. Not hesitating, Angelina hurried across her room to the only window. She didn't light any lamps, so no one watching would see her there. As she pushed the curtains aside, she could see no one down below on the street. The last light of the sun reflected off the low clouds to the west was enough for her to see clearly. From her window, she could see a portion of the plaza and some of the street in front of the building. She scanned the shadows under the trees in the plaza for the telltale glow of a cigarette that might give away any watchers there. Slowly, she pushed up on the window itself. For a long moment it wouldn't move. What if it's nailed shut? Flitted through her mind. But why would it be? Had another of the women Tate brought here to be his first lady been in these rooms and tried to escape through the window? That could be a reason for it to be nailed shut. Not wanting to give up, Angelina tried again. This time she pushed with all her strength. In a few seconds, the window gave way and slid upward. Thankfully, it did so with almost no sound. She stuck her head out of the window and looked down. Her rooms were on the second floor of the hotel, but the ceilings of all of the rooms were high. That made the drop down to the ground from her window too risky. She could wind up with a broken leg or arm or both.
All that would accomplish was her lying there in agony all night and being executed in the morning anyway. Well, she said to herself, if I cannot jump down, maybe I can go up. She had to stretch herself farther out of the window to see far enough up in the fading light to make out anything. As far as she could tell, it looked like she might be able to stand on the windowsill and reach the edge of the roof. Whether she could balance herself that way on the windowsill, she didn't know. And whether the boards at the edge of the roof would support her or not, she didn't know. Whether she could hold on to those boards and pull herself up or not, she also didn't know. There were a lot of unknowns about climbing out of that window. But one known thing was that she would be killed if she stayed in that room until morning. I have to try it, she decided. If I can get to the roof, I might find a way down. Of course, I might fall too. If I fall, maybe it will kill me. That would be better than waiting here for morning. She pulled back into her room and started undressing. A riding skirt would be better to wear for what she was going to try. 5 minutes later, Angelina stood at the open window again. She trembled slightly at the thought of what she was about to do. Once again, she checked the derringer to make sure the knot in the stout string she'd threaded through the small trigger guard was still tied tightly. Looping the string around her neck, she stuck her head out of the window again. Still no one around that she could see. Hopefully Tate hadn't thought to put anyone down in the alley to watch her. Pulling back inside the room again, she took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and said a short prayer for protection and strength. Then she sat on the windowsill with her upper body outside and her legs still in the room. Darkness had settled in, so there was no light to see by. She knew the moon would rise soon and bathe the town in its harsh white light. She needed to be down from the roof before that happened. Angelina kept her left hand on the inside of the window frame and felt as high as she could reach with her right. For a moment, she felt nothing but the smooth wood of the exterior boards of the hotel. Then her fingers found a gap between two boards that was big enough to wedge her fingers in. That was all she could feel. It had to do. Pushing her fingers in the gap as far as she could, she pulled as hard as she could to see if the board would hold. She couldn't feel any looseness in there. Carefully, she shifted her left hand to the bottom of the window frame around the pane itself. Then she slowly lifted 1 foot at a time until both feet were on the sill. This left her in a bent-over position outside the window to her room. She began to lift her body upward slowly, using the power of her legs. She stayed as close to the window as possible. Already she felt like she was being pulled backward away from the building. Knowing this was an illusion, she focused on keeping her cheek pressed against the window until she felt the wood on the top of the window frame. Her heart beat wildly in her chest, but she forced herself to take a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then she felt higher with her left hand. Like she thought, she could feel the ends of the boards of the roof with her left hand. They were short of the highest she could reach, so she was able to grasp the boards with her left hand. She eased her right hand up and grasped the boards with it also. Now she was probably 20 feet in the air, her feet on the windowsill and her hands grasping the boards of the roof. She felt herself trembling, both with fear and with fatigue. She had no idea how much strength it would take to get to where she hung. Stopping for a moment didn't give her any rest. She had to keep moving or risk losing her strength and falling. All she could think to do was move her feet up to the top of the outside window frame and use it to push herself on up onto the roof. In order to do that, she must get a better grip with her hands. Then she had to move 1 foot at a time up to the top of the frame. It would be a long step for her, but she had no choice. There was no way she could pull herself up to the roof with only her hands. She needed the strength of her legs. Do not think about it, she chided herself. Just do it. She shifted one hand at a time until she thought she had a better grip with both of them. Then she lifted her right leg as high as she could, keeping it brushing along the outside of the window. She felt like she would fall without the continuing contact with the building. Finally, she felt the top of the window frame with her foot. How thick was the board that made up the frame? 1 inch, maybe 2? She didn't know. She only knew she had to turn her foot sideways on the board so she would have a more stable foothold. Gently at first, she put more weight on her right foot. It was almost too high for her to shift her weight to it, but she had to do it. The board held. Next, she lifted her left leg to the same board. That was harder. More of her weight was put on her hands because of the high angle of her right knee. Straining, she finally got that foot onto the board also. For a moment, the board groaned under her weight. That scared her. So she began pushing quickly with her legs and pulling with her hands. In a matter of moments, she rolled fully onto the roof. Angelina lay there, gasping quietly, her muscles and arms and legs trembling almost violently. A long minute passed. Then she forced herself to sit up and listen. She heard nothing. No one shouted that she'd been seen. No one ran out of the hotel. No one stuck his head out of her window and cursed her. Nothing. In the east, a glow at the horizon told her the moon was about to rise. She had to hurry and get off the roof somehow. She crawled over the rough boards to the back of the hotel. Surely there was a ladder or something there for men who had to work on the roof. At the edge of the roof at the back, she lay on her belly and looked over. At first, she saw nothing. The blackness of the night limited what she could see. Then, in the increasing light of the rising moon, she glimpsed something to her left. Crawling over to it, she saw it was a ladder nailed to the side of the building. It led straight down to the ground. In order to get onto the ladder, she would have to lie on her stomach and let her legs hang over the edge of the roof. She would have to feel with her feet for the first step on the ladder, then scoot backwards with her feet going down the wooden rungs of the ladder. Finally, she would have to lean backward over the edge of the roof and use one hand to feel for the top of the ladder. She would be working blind. It would be harder to do than climbing up out of her window. But she had to do it. Telling herself to get to it, she turned around on her stomach and inched backward until her feet hung off the roof. Finally, her foot found the first rung of the ladder. Slowly, she inched backward until she had to literally hang off the roof while reaching for the ladder with her hand. 10 minutes later, sweat dripping from her hair into her eyes, she walked to the corral behind the livery stable. Catching up her horse, she didn't bother with a saddle and used a length of rope for a hackamore of sorts. She set off to find Bishop. 28. Caleb Tate watched Angelina climb down the ladder from the roof of the hotel. He turned to the man with him. "I knew she'd make a great first lady for me. Too bad she betrayed me." He sighed, thought for a moment, then went on. "I think I'll give her a second chance. Maybe when she sees how determined I am and how smart I am, she'll think twice about leaving." "Boss," the other man said hesitantly, "she's going to meet somebody. You know she is. What are we going to do about that?" After another moment of thinking, Tate replied, "I want you to follow her, see where she's going and who she's going to meet. Then hurry back here. I'll send some of the boys to take care of whoever she's meeting and bring her back here." The man hurried off to do what Tate told him. Tate watched Angelina go to the livery stable and climb on her horse bareback. He smiled at the thought of her as his first lady. When Tate walked away to round up some of his men, Reno stepped out of the shadows a short distance from where he'd heard everything. Once Tate was out of sight, Reno started for the stable. "I've got to warn Bishop and Angelina. I don't know where Will is, but I can't use the time to go looking for him. He'll have to take care of himself." Reno got to the stable just as the man Tate sent to follow Angelina rode off. He saddled his horse quickly and followed the man at a distance. Angelina had no idea she was being followed. After the harrowing escape from her hotel room, she felt great relief to be riding to join Bishop. Her attention was fully on making sure she found her way to him. Finally, she spotted the ruined cabin in the moonlight. When she got close enough, she called out, "John, it is me." Bishop stepped out from behind some rocks beside the cabin. "Angelina, what are you doing here?" She jumped down from her horse and ran to him. Grasping him tightly, she explained, "Tate found out what I am doing. He locked me in my room, but I managed to escape."
All right, we have to get out of here. Did you happen to see Reno or Will?
I know Reno, Angeline replied, frowning. But who is Will?
He's Reno's nephew. They're traveling together and we teamed up, but Will went into town before Reno did.
He must be that young man who was around Tate a lot. Can we trust him?
From the edge of the darkness, Reno spoke up.
You can trust him as much as you trust me.
Reno, why are you here? Bishop scanned the night around them.
I followed the man who followed Angelina.
Reno walked with them into the ruins of the cabin.
Tate saw you climbing down from the hotel roof,
he explained to Angelina. You climbed down off the roof of the hotel? Bishop could hardly believe what he heard.
It is a long story, Angelina said. We'll talk about it later.
She turned to Reno.
Are you sure Tate saw me?
Yeah. I heard him tell one of his men to follow you, and he'd get some of his men together to come out here and take you back. We don't have much time to get ready for him. That fella who followed you headed back to town in a hurry.
Tate's got a lot of men he can send out here, so we better get ready, Bishop said. I think we can catch him off guard when they get here. Over the next half hour, they built up the fire in the ruined cabin, put together some dummies wrapped in blankets around the fire, and then settled into position to ambush the men when they came after them. They would have Tate's men in a three-way crossfire. Then they waited. The hardest part of any ambush, like what they planned for Tate's men, is the waiting. All kinds of things can go through a man's or a woman's mind at that time. How many men would be coming at them? Would they be able to kill enough of them to get away afterward? What would be their next step? Some wondered if they could actually shoot down men who weren't expecting them. But that question never entered the minds of any of the three of them. They were all experienced enough in survival to know that sometimes you have to do whatever's necessary to survive, and sometimes that meant others wouldn't. Only a few minutes after they had gotten into position, Bishop heard the sounds of horses walking. The sound was soft enough that it likely wouldn't have awakened him if he was asleep. He couldn't tell how many horses he heard, but it didn't sound like a large number. He got his rifle in position to fire quickly. The three of them had agreed not to start shooting until he did. He planned to let the men get all the way into the camp before shooting the first one. It wouldn't be good for any of them to get back to Tate and let him know about the ambush. 5 slow minutes passed. Even straining his ears, Bishop couldn't hear anything. He wondered if he had only imagined hearing the horses earlier. Then he saw movement in the darkness beyond the cabin. Watching, he saw 6 men slipping toward the camp. The 6 men stopped at the collapsed wall of the cabin and seemed to be taking in the 3 fake sleeping people. One of the men whispered something to the others. Then they began closing in on the dummies. Once all 6 of the men were inside the ruined cabin and were about to kick what they thought were sleeping people, Bishop sighted on the one he thought might be the leader. Slowly he squeezed the trigger on his rifle. Just as the man he targeted started to kick the bundle on the ground in front of him, Bishop shot him. That started a massacre. The men were caught in the open being fired upon by 3 hidden shooters. In no more than 15 seconds, the fight was over. The 6 men got off a couple of wild shots before they were cut down, but none of them came close to any of their attackers. Once all of the men were down, Bishop, Reno, and Angelina stepped out of their hiding places. None of them enjoyed what they had done, but they knew it had been necessary. Back in town, Tate stood outside of the cafe saloon listening. When he heard the sounds of so many shots, he thought, "Those men better not have killed Angelina." He strode back into the cafe saloon and sat down across from me. "Now, we'll wait for the boys to get back here with whoever they didn't kill." 29. I passed the night playing solitaire while Tate sat across from me and fretted. I didn't expect the boys to wait all night before coming back to town.
Tate said after he glanced out the open door of the cafe saloon. I turned and looked out the door too. It was light enough for me to see the trees in the plaza. I hoped Bishop hadn't been caught by surprise, and I thought Reno might be with him since I hadn't seen my uncle all night. I think if Tate's men had caught them by surprise, they would have been back way before now. I've got to figure out what to do if Reno and Bishop are killed. A few minutes later, one of the men Tate had sent out to watch for his men coming back rushed into the cafe saloon. He hurried up to Tate. "Boss, I seen 3 riders coming toward town. One of them is a woman, but she ain't tied up or nothing. I didn't recognize one of the men, but one of them is that Reno feller." Relief flooded all through me. Reno was alive, and I figured the other man was Bishop. "Get the boys together right now," Tate said as he stood from the table. "Get them around the plaza. We'll surround those 3 when they get to town." I followed Tate to the door and waited there with him. His men must have been standing by ready, because it only took a couple of minutes for maybe 20 of them to spread out in the plaza. I thought about drawing my Colt and shooting Tate right then, but I couldn't kill a man in cold blood no matter how bad he was. I had to wait for a time when I could catch him with a gun in his hand or something. My thinking was interrupted by the sight of Reno, Bishop, and Angelina riding into town. Even though Tate's men were all around them, they didn't stop until they came even with me and Tate standing outside the cafe saloon. "Well, Reno, I knew I didn't trust you for some reason," Tate said, mocking him. "Now I know you're a traitor too." "I never was a part of your scheme, Tate," Reno replied. "I came to help Bishop here get his wife back." Tate looked from Reno over to Bishop, then to Angelina. "You didn't tell me you were married, Angelina. Not that it made any difference to me." "You did not ask, Caleb," she replied, "but it does make a great difference to me. I told my boys to bring you back here because I thought you might change your mind about being my first lady. After all, I was several steps ahead of you when you escaped last night." "I will not change my mind," Angelina said. "I love my husband, and will stay with him." Tate grinned. "We'll see about that when he's laying in the dirt, kicking his life out." He then turned to Bishop. "So, you're Angelina's husband. You don't look like much. I don't see any reason for her to pick you over me. After all, I'm going to have my own country right here. She can be my first lady and live like a queen once Mexico recognizes us." Bishop snorted. "Do you really think the U.S. government will allow that to happen? The army's going to come in here and wipe you out." Tate laughed. "I don't think so. In any case, you won't be around to see it. I'm going to have my boys shoot you down right here in the street." Before I even thought about it, I drew my Colt and put the barrel to the side of Tate's head. "I don't think I can let you do that, Tate." When I pulled the hammer back on that Colt, Tate's eyes got real big. "You can't shoot me like this," he said. "I'm not carrying a gun." I searched around his waist and felt no pistol there. "You don't really know what I can do. You don't know my background." That got to him. Sweat popped out around his hairline. I raised my voice so all of the men around the plaza could hear me. "You men, if you try anything, I'll blow Tate's brains out of his head. Then who will be left to pay you? All of you need to think about that. You should just get your horses and ride away." For a long minute, I didn't think the men would do what I suggested. Then, one by one at first, followed by a surge of them, the men left the plaza. A few minutes later, we heard the sound of a lot of horses riding away from town. Reno, Bishop, and Angelina dismounted. I nudged Tate with my pistol, and we all went back into the cafe saloon. "I guess it's all over for you, Tate," Bishop said. "We'll take you to the Army authorities and let them settle on what to do with you." Tate hadn't said a word since I put the pistol to his head. That should have told me he had something up his sleeve. He grinned and shook his head. "Well,
It might be over for now, but even if the army decides to shoot me or something, I'm going to ruin your life too." With that, he reached for a pistol he carried in a shoulder holster, one I'd missed when I checked him for guns. It looked like he was aiming to kill Angelina. As he pulled the pistol out, both Bishop and me pulled our pistols and fired into him. He jerked from the twin impacts of the bullets. They knocked him onto one of the tables that collapsed under his weight. We all just stood there, aware of how close we'd come to seeing Angelina killed. 30. 4 days later, the four of us stood outside Bishop's casita back in Santa Fe. We'd just had a great breakfast, and Reno and me were getting ready to ride off to Mexico. "It would be good for you to stay with us for a few days," Bishop said. "Thanks, Bishop," Reno said. "But there was a dusting of snow in the mountains around here last night. Winter's on its way, and I told Will we'd go spend it in Mexico where it's warm. Besides, I need to go see my old place one more time. Maybe we'll stop in if we get back up this way again." "You be sure to do that," Bishop said. We waved as we rode away. After a few minutes, I said, "Reno, do you think we might pass the winter without any trouble down in Mexico?" He turned to me and grinned. "You never can tell, Will. You never can tell." This has been a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more stories unbound, check us out at podiumentertainment.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Reno Gates and John Taylor Bishop, Dangerous Deception, Book 4 of a Reno Gates Western, produced by Seth Podowitz, written by C. Wayne Winkle, performed by Cliff Miller, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2024 by C. Wayne Winkle. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.